Okay. Buenos dias. Good morning. We still have some people that are coming in, but if we don't start, it's going to be like when you're at the airport and the first flight of the day is very late, then the rest of the day gets a bit complicated. So we want to stay as much on time as possible. So welcome everybody. My name is Noe Landry. I'm the executive director of Open North. We're a nonprofit organization that specializes in open data. We're based in Canada. And I'll have the pleasure of being your master of ceremony for the day. This event, as you can see, has been a collective effort. There are many organizations that have contributed to make this day happen. There are many different speakers. We have a total of 43 different speakers that you'll be able to hear and interact with during the course of the day. So it's quite a big accomplishment just to be able to bring everybody together and have a global conversation about cities, right? Because this is in the context of the International Open Data Conference, and it's something new for the IODC. Last year, when the event was held in Canada, there was no big event like this that was organized around cities. So I think it's a recognition that more and more people in the open data movement around the world are focused around cities for many good reasons that we'll explore today. So I don't want to keep us too much, but before we begin, there are many people that have been behind the organizing of the event. So I just want to give a chance to those individuals to be able to just introduce themselves briefly, and maybe I can invite my colleague Antonio to say a few words here.
Buenos días a todos, bienvenidos. Welcome everybody to Madrid. It's a pleasure to have you here. I'm a citizen of Madrid and I'm really proud to host this conference here. For me, I've been working out of Spain for many years now, and when I knew in Canada that this conference was going to take place in Spain, I could not be happier. And now, 15 months later, we are here in Madrid. We are surrounded by good friends from all over the world. We are going to talk about cities. Cities for me is the new paradigm, is the new way of thinking about problems and solutions for citizens, and open data is one of the main tools to solve them. I just wanted to say hello, welcome you, invite you to participate in this session. It's going to be ambitious and it's going to be hard work. We want to know what you think, your experiences, and put together some recommendations that we can bring into the International Open Data Conference to build a roadmap for open data for next year. So welcome everybody, thank you for being here, and I will pass the floor on to the others. Marcos Garcia, Director from Media Lab Prado.
Gracias, Antonio. Thank you, Antonio. Yes, I also wanted to say thank you for being here today and welcome to Media Lab Prado. Here at Media Lab Prado, we have been developing some activities around open data for the last 10 years. So we are really happy that this event is taking place here at Media Lab Prado. During the last 2 weeks, there have been some activities also related to the Congress, like this one today. Yesterday was a data journalism meeting, and for the last 10 days, we hosted the Visualizar workshop, and you will be able to see the results today. I would like to introduce you Pablo Soto, who is Councillor of Participation, Transparency, and Open Government of Madrid City Council. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. It was a little bit weird that I got in the stage, but I guess you see me on your level. I'll try not to give the usual politician speech, because this is not like the best place for a politician to give the usual speech, the discourse. I'll just give you a couple details, a couple images that will hopefully help you map what's going on in Madrid and why this is happening in Madrid now. Because I guess many of you come countries far, far away from here. Maybe I'll start with a little question. How many of you know what happened in Madrid and in all over Spain in the 15th of May of 2011? Can you raise your hands? Those who know what happened that day? The 15th of May, 2011. Okay. This is why it's important to talk about this just for a minute. That day, something very important happened in Spain, and everything that has been happening in so many fields in Spain from that day up till now happened because that day ignited something. That day there was a demonstration in 50 cities at the same time in Spain, the 50 most important cities of the country. It was a moment in Spain in which the financial crisis was starting to hit big to Spain. We saw what was happening in Greece and in many other countries in Europe, and the perspective was so bad. Millions of people were flying away from the country. Millions of people were losing their jobs, literally, millions of people. Hundreds of thousands of people were losing their houses because they couldn't pay mortgages because they were unemployed, so the bank will take the house. So the governments started to make cuts in public education, public health care. So in this situation, people went in the street and they made a huge demonstration, all coordinated. And the slogan was not, we want a house, or we want a job, or we want public health care. They said, we want democracy, democracy now, real democracy now. So if you think about it, there was this common diagnostic that what was not really working in Spain, and probably in many other countries you can relate to what's going on in your countries, was more about democracy. And when we talk about democracy, we need to feel that concept and what kind of content does it have. We are talking about citizen participation, we are talking about transparency, and we are talking about a number of things, a number of tools that can make us build those democratic societies that we want to build. This is why 5 years later, when we have all these beautiful people from beautiful places all over the world to talk about open cities and how we can use these policies to make better places for us to live, I can only think about the future as a bright future, because what 5 years ago was something that really a couple activists would talk about now in Spain is a very important issue for every administration. So I think that was an important thing to understand, so you can understand what's going on in Spain. Big changes, big changes. Spain was a country where everybody knew who was going to be the next president. Everybody knew it. Every single time we were going to the polls, everybody knew who was going to be the next president. That really changed. We are a country that is almost a year without government now. I'm not saying that's the best thing to happen, but you can see the change, and that really opens the horizon for more changes. So I really look forward to learn from all of you, to learn from all of the more than 30 posters came here from cities, from Xalapa in Mexico and Finland, from New York to Uruguay, to all over the world. So I really look forward for us to learn from all of you. Thank you very much to the co-organizers, to the Banco Iberoamericano del Desarrollo, well, so many foundations. I don't want to be the one numbering all of them, but thank you all, and hope you guys enjoy it. Thanks.
Ignacio Sánchez, de la Secretaría de Estado de Telecomunicaciones.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to this Open Data Week in Madrid. I'd like to thank to the Madrid City Council hosting this pre-event, this conference. This conference that is quite interesting for us because we are working two concepts that are strategic, open data and smart cities. The Ministry of Industry has been working in open data since 2009. We have a global initiative that is a portal, but if I want to say something about open data in Spain, I have to talk not about portals or about catalog, but about the change in the administration, the evolution of the administration, and the evolution of the private sector around the concept of open data. Open data is not odd for the public administration. You can find a lot of good strategies in the public administration, in cities, and I think that we have a good industry, what we call intermediary industry, around open data. So for us, it's quite important. Smart city, we have in our national digital agenda a specific program for a smart city, One of the line of work is a call for aid to the cities to the evolution of in the concept of smart cities and territories. And we have launched 3 calls. We will invest about 90 million euros in the next 3 years together with the cities. And what I have to say is that all the projects include a specific line of work for open government, for open data. So open data, smart city are quite related. Open city need to publish data, but we only can help the cities in technology because we work in the Ministry of Industry in Red.es that the goal of the public company is to develop an information society. But one of the important things is the citizen. I am sure that during this week, the commitment of the citizen, the engagement of the citizen will be one of the points that all of you will work around it. So nothing more. Only thank you again for coming to Spain, and I wish you a really productive day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Want to say a few words? We're just going to do the round so we begin. Then we're going to jump right in.
It'll be super quick. My name is Caitlin. I work for Open Knowledge International. We build tools and provide technical assistance for data publishers and data users, which anyone in local government will know is often the same. So yes, come talk to me. I'll be here throughout the day and throughout the week. Talk to me about your data problems.
Hi everyone, my name is Steven. I'm from the Sunlight Foundation, and I lead our city's work. The Sunlight Foundation advocates for transparent and accountable government. And really excited to be here today because, as was mentioned, it's about democracy. And I think urbanism and cities need open data. And we've had these kind of 2 distinct movements of kind of smart cities and open data. And I think today is about bringing these things together in a way that's complementary. Really excited to do that with all of you today to kind of figure out some of these ideas, some of the problems that the open data community really wants to be solving, because the cities are where rubber meets the pavement, quite literally. And really excited to kind of bring the democratic and participatory element that the Smart Cities movement really needs. So thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you, Stephen. Last but not least.
Good morning, everybody. Let me tell you something. Madrid, the Media Lab, Open Cities, and you are the best recipe for innovation. So I'm really excited about that. My name is Ra Mashariki. I represent IDRC. For those who don't know, IDRC is the International Development Research Center of Canada. Over the last 3 to 5 years, IDRC has been doing really pioneering work in the open data, open science, and the open development field. So it's a perfect alignment for us, for our vision and work to work on open cities. We're really excited about it. But what is really most exciting for me is that this area, the open cities, has the potential to bring more multidisciplinary, cross-sectoral, and different players together. And as an organization that does research for development, we're really excited about that. We would like to see economists working with urban developers, with social scientists, data scientists together. We want to see policymakers. We want to see research community and advocates working together. I'm really excited about this. What I would like to accomplish by the end of the day, not only the ideas and the cool things that we can do, but also please try to establish connections. Try to meet some people here and see how we can move forward. I look forward to meeting you all, and I wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, so before we turn to our keynote speaker, just a few things about our agenda and a few housekeeping issues. So the bathrooms are at the back, okay, of the where the technical setup is there. So if you need to go, just go. We're going to be taking a break after the first two panels, okay? So we have our keynote speaker, Ra Mashariki from New York City, who's going to be soon. And we from other cities from around perspectives. And then we're going to switch over to an expert panel before breaking for lunch. But it's not going to be a normal lunch because we're also going to have some presentations, Kucha presentations from visual competition that took place in a few weeks, as was here. And during the lunch, we're also going to have 15 posters. This one is better. We're going to have some posters down during the lunch, and you'll be able to meet the creators of those. In the afternoon, we've identified 8 different themes, okay? So big issues, big challenges that cities are facing, and you're going to have the opportunity, okay, facilitators of those themes. Okay? So we've recruited many people from around the world, from different organizations. Can you hear me? No? I think so. It's not that big, so I think we're okay. A little bit closer, like this. Okay, now you really hear me. All right, I'm getting thumbs up in the back there. Okay, that's good. All right, and then, so just last but not least, after the breakout groups, okay, we've called those ideation workshops around those 8 themes, we're going to reconvene, okay, and we're going to share kind of the big ideas that came out, okay, and the moderators for each of those sessions have been given guidelines to make sure that we really drill down on how can we enable cities to face those individual challenges, okay? To really kind of move us forward and to think about where do we want to be a year from now, okay? So if we have to reconvene at the next IODC, okay, what needs to change in order for us to get there, okay? So let's keep that in mind. So before we turn to our keynote, obviously this is an event where all of us are tech savvy. So we've introduced a system to be able to ask questions during the course of the day. And I'm just going to switch it over here. All right, so most of you probably have a phone. If you do, go see this website, okay? Sly.do. You'll be asked to input your this hashtag here. This is a space for us to ask questions simultaneously during the course of the event. And you'll see that there's a first question asking you about some of the big challenges, okay? So we want to start thinking, okay? We want to start pooling our collective kind of brain together and start getting those ideas. So let's take 1 minute, okay? Everybody go on your phone, okay? Go find the interface and think of one big question, okay, that relates to open data and the challenges that cities face. And we want to register those questions before we kick off our day. And you'll see that you also have the opportunity to vote up or vote down. So if you don't like the questions, you can vote down. If you really like the question, you could vote up, okay? So we want to get a sense of what are the questions that you really want answered during the course of the day. And as we do that, I'll ask Ra if you could kind of come up. Maybe just set yourself up over here. side event in the margin of the big conference that was taking place in Canada. And there was a lot of appetite to talk about cities, and Ra was very generous with his time, and he came and also spoke to us about New York. So I think it's a really great opportunity to kind of look at one of the biggest cities, you know, in the world, the most innovative cities in the world, to get a sense of your experience. So please. Thank you.
Good morning. First of all, I wanted to say thank you to Jean Noe, Antonio, and others in the Open Cities Steering Committee for inviting me to come and address you guys this morning. On the flight over from New York City, I was watching this movie. I'm not going to state the movie, but there was a conversation going on with these two characters, and they were in a plane, and the plane was in a rapid descent. And one guy was like, "Oh, we're falling," and the other one said, "Well, no, this is more of a controlled dive," right? And that's the way I sort of think about open data in New York City, but open data in general. I'll start off by saying, again, my name's Ra Mashariki. I'm the Chief Analytics Officer for the City of New York and the Director of the Mayor's Office of Data and Analytics. And we have leadership purview over the city's open data implementation. And when I say controlled dive, my office, you know, we don't really have that much control over open data. The idea is that we want to make this data available to New Yorkers, the taxpayers. And there are certain things that we want to do to make it maximally available and maximally useful, but really it's up to the New Yorkers, right? And so the idea is that they're the gravity and they're pulling. We want to empower them to pull for this data, to get the data. And our job is really to try to control it so that we can maximize use and engagement and transparency and entrepreneurship and all of these things around open data. So really, I really hate saying that we sort of own the implementation of open data. I think New Yorkers, as a matter of fact, I know New Yorkers are really the owners of open data just by virtue of the fact that they're the taxpayers, right? And it's their data that they've paid for, so they own it. We sort of manage this controlled dive, if you will. I'll go into, I don't like speaking the slides, but I think just so that I don't bore you guys and bore myself, I have some slides up here that we'll kind of pipe through. So this is essentially a timeline of open data implementation in New York City. We're one of the very few cities internationally that actually has an open data law. And our city council just passed 7 additional open data laws. So in 2012, we passed the open data law that said by 2018, every single open data set in New York City must be made available to New Yorkers by December 31 of 2018. And just last year, at the end of 2015, they passed and Mayor Bill de Blasio signed 7 additional open data laws. And I'll talk about some of them extremely briefly. But what you see here is a timeline of sort of how we got to where we are today. And a lot of this was through legislation. You know, you have FOIL, which is Freedom of Information Law, and then you moved, and the incarnation, and that moved into open data, and there's all of these different programs that happen to now, where we just released on July 15th, my office, in cooperation with the Department of Information Technology and Telecommunications in New York City, released the Open Data for All plan update and progress report. Last year, which was my first year overseeing open data for New York City, first full year, we released a plan called Open Data for All. The idea around Open Data for All really sort of took shape based on who I am and what I've seen in my path through my career as an African American in United States, but also growing up in New York, Brooklyn, New York. And I'm a computer scientist undergraduate through doctorate in computer science. And coming from the community and the neighborhood that I grew up in, it was a fairly challenged process for me to get access to resources. And I didn't have a lot of things at my disposal. And I had to work twice, triple, 4 times as hard as my counterparts to get access to things, internet, computers. I didn't own my own computer until after undergrad. And so when I took this role, I realized that there was a small community of people using open data in New York City. A smart community, an impressive community, a powerful community, but it was a fairly monochromatic community. And it didn't include neighborhoods that I was used to growing up in. Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn, East New York, Brooklyn, Harlem, South Bronx. Didn't have students and entrepreneurs from these areas being involved in this open data community, this civic tech, this civic hacking community. And so what we said was, in order to really have a very strong open data implementation, we had to expand open data to every single New Yorker, all 8.4 million New Yorkers. The thought in my mind was, if you open data, but it really is only accessible and used by a fraction of New Yorkers, is it truly open? Right? So yeah, we can put it on a portal, and we can say it's free and easily downloadable, but if you only see a small amount of New Yorkers using it, is it really open? Did we actually open that data up? And so last year when I was here, I talked about open data not being a noun, but being a verb. It's the action behind making data available. And so we doubled down on that concept. And so we have this verb called open data for all. And so every single day, my office and New Yorkers, we work towards making open data available for all. So here's our slogan, right? Open data is an invitation for anyone, anywhere, at any time to engage with New York City. So we put together, this past year, we put together a playbook, if you will. And so these are this is the ethos, the ideas that we drive. Like I said, it's a verb for us. So every single day, we must be thinking about how do we implement open data in this way? What are the things that we think about? So one, got to start with users, right? It's not about the data, it's about who is using the data and what they're doing with the data. It's about the action. So the first thing we did a year or so ago was look into user research. We wanted to find out who was using the portal and how they were using the portal, and in many instances, figure out why they were using the portal. So one, we had to be introspective about our users. We can't just assume that we truly understand our users, because by making open data available for all, we sort of had to flip this concept and be more customer service focused, right? Not this concept of, well, let's just throw data onto the portal and then whatever happens, happens. We hope people make some awesome visualizations and so on and so forth. We had to really provide a customer service capability to not only the current users, but prospective users. Right? That's how any real business keeps users and builds their user base, is a strong customer service capability. So we did, we get over 5 million hits for one data set, which is the Department of Buildings data set. We have more than 2,000 user-created views. We have API calls, so we have a lot of users who are using the APIs. And now we're also conducting, and we're moving into human-centered design. So we're doing human-centered design initiatives across the city to understand how best to build the portal with the users in mind. The next thing we did is that we partnered with New York University, NYU, which is a university near us, for a research project on data poverty. So when we opened up this concept of open data for all, we had to begin to figure out, so we moved into the space of not only saying it's for all, but also identifying what are the challenges that would keep us from making open data available to all. And so this is not my term. Daniel Castro from a Data Innovation Task Force think tank in Washington, D.C. came up with this term, and he published a really awesome paper on the concept of data poverty. And the concept of data poverty is that if you do not see yourself in the data, right, if you, as an individual or even as a community, are not being measured and are represented in the data, then you will not be counted, right? So take, for instance, data-driven policy. If you have a community within any city, and that community is not being counted, whether it's a census or some other mechanism, then when policy is created, the policy will not be impactful or effective in that community, right? And so this concept of data poverty is people and communities not being represented in data, therefore not having access to the resources that will come from being counted within data. And so we needed to sort of bridge that gap of the people within New York City who we believe are challenged in this sort of data poverty space. And so we worked with NYU to do this research project to actually quantify. So Daniel Castro's paper, which is an awesome paper, talked about the concept, introduced the concept, coined the term. What we did was went in and said, let's quantify what that looks like. And so we built this systems analysis, this system design architecture that showed what are all of the things that lead to and can lead to data poverty. So infrastructure, community concerns, representation, demographics, and empowered organizations. And you see the sort of the definition from each. So for instance, community concerns, right? Things that are happening in your neighborhood. Department of Building job applications, that's sort of construction work and so on and so forth. Job complaints, rent burden. NYPD has released their open data, 7 major felonies and incidents reports, right? So things that are happening in your community, are you represented in those things? And in what way? Also, you have Vision Zero, which is our transportation effort initiative. So you have all of these pieces that actually contribute to open data. And we built a quantitative model that actually allows us to go into communities and identify which communities are suffering from data poverty through this systems design. And happy to, it's an open report, a full report, very extensive report, and happy to share that with anyone here. Also, we work with Columbia University on a project where, again, in order to sort of bridge this divide of who's using open data, we worked with Columbia researchers to go to community-based organizations, not-for-profits, that engage in certain communities. So for instance, we went to a not-for-profit that was strictly around to help people who were homeless. So we went and we sat down with them and we said, how do you, if you do at all, use the open data portal to help you solve the challenges that you see on a daily basis? We went to nonprofit organizations and community-based organizations that advocated for people who were in underserved communities, who were not getting resources. And we asked them these questions, and we worked with them on many different levels. Some never heard of the open data portal. We worked with them to bring them up to speed on what's on the open data portal. Some of them have, but are frustrated with what's on it and how to use it. Some of them use it prolifically. That's a small percentage. And so what you see here are quotes that we got from people at these community-based organizations. So for instance, one is, things might be on the portal, but I end up getting it because someone emails it to me. But I'm sure lots of data sets I'm using are actually on the portal. Or, we got one that said, honestly, I don't know. Right? We asked them about different data sets and to go in and dig in. So we put this sort of focus group and this questionnaire together, and we sat with them and we worked with them. And so these efforts was our way of going out into the communities and beginning to build the usage base. So for us, expanding who's using open data was very important. Next, encourage purposeful engagement. So we have, much like every city, we have hackathons. And we worked with the Parks Department in New York City and partnered with them to put on a hackathon where in New York City, it's actually a fairly big deal where we do the trees census, right? The trees count. And so once the tree count happened, we worked with the community to put together a hackathon that allowed for people to come in and use that data to build apps that were really important and helpful to the city. So since May 2015, we've counted over 650,000 trees on New York City streets. So here's the Trees Count Data Jam. We hosted this data jam with a local civic hacker group. And we shared stake in open data among internal, nonprofit, and civic tech partners. And again, this was about taking open data and moving into the community, but around important engagement. Empower agencies. So in this discussion, what's always lost is the role agencies play in opening up data. I have a particular bias towards this. Before I took this role, I was the chief technology officer at a federal agency in Washington, D.C. And I was the guy, many of you know, in the United States, we have a United States Chief Technology Officer. At the time when I was in DC, it was Todd Park. And he used to, I think the word I would use is harangue a lot of us at the agencies around opening data. And I was the guy, as the Chief Technology Officer for this federal government agency, I was the guy on the other end of the phone call that used to say, listen, I've got a budget from the head of my agency, and I've got about 7 to 10 things that I need to do. And I've got this guy on the other end of the line, because they used to do, Nick Sinai, who was the deputy, used to do these bi-weekly or monthly calls with the agency CTOs. And I've got these people on the other end of the line telling me, I need to open up the data, I need to make it available, and this is how I need to do it. But for me, if opening up that data didn't align with the missions and the goals that I was committed to implementing and successfully getting done for the head of my agency, which again, I only had a certain amount of budget to do those things, it became a fairly complex prospect for me. And so so I felt the agencies were left out in terms of engaging the agencies and understanding, well, what's in it for the agencies? Yeah, I get what's in it for the civic hackers, transparency, the beautifulness of it all, but what's in it for the agencies? How do we bring agencies who open up the data into the fold and make this just as important and a powerful engagement for them? So a couple of things. One is, what you see here is a workflow of how we worked with agencies to build out New York City's first geospatial standard for open data. So the idea is that we are now helping agencies think about standardizing their data. Why is that important? It's easier for agencies now to integrate on other projects, not just open data. But if they're all thinking about standard ways of managing their data and sharing their data with the portal, they can use those same standards to share data with each other, right? And so we put together a geospatial standards working group that included not only agency leadership, geospatial leadership and technology leadership, but also the community. So we published this standard to the public to get feedback, because not only did we want the agencies to have a standard way of sharing geospatial data, we also wanted the community to be involved in that process as well, to understand what was being shared, such that we're not sharing this sort of arcane, unusable geospatial data. The other key to this was we actually standardized tools that can be used to transform geospatial data. So it now becomes, when we set up this working group and we did this effort, I've had so many meetings with agencies around their geospatial data because they were excited to make it usable. Because normally, it's usable operationally just for the agency. Now they have an opportunity to make it usable for everyone else, other agencies and the public. And so it helps them rethink operationally what they're doing and how they can change some of the work that they're doing from a technology standpoint in storing and managing the data. So again, it makes their lives a lot easier in their daily work. And so this is how we're thinking about agencies. So we actually completed this, and we've submitted this standard to the Citywide Technology Standards Manual, and it's just version 0.1. There's probably 1,000 more versions to come in the next few years, but this has been completed and submitted, and anyone should be able to see it online. Next is treat publishing as the middle of open data. This, to me, is extremely important. Remember, I said my title is Chief Analytics Officer, and I'm the Director of the Mayor's Office of Data and Analytics. So on a daily basis, I think about city problems and how to use data and algorithms and analytics to help city leadership solve those problems. And so here's a day in the life as a Chief Analytics Officer. I have someone from the mayor's office, or the first deputy mayor, or the director of operations give me a call and say, here's a problem. I just got one last night while I was in the hotel. Here's a challenge. Here's what we see coming down the pipe. Can you help us think about how we can solve this problem using data? So, well, let's think about it. We go back and forth. We have a good conversation, and then we think of the 6 or 7 data sets across the city that would help us solve this problem. Then I reach out to the agencies and say, hey, can I get access to that data? They say, sure, let's make it available. We get the data. The data is in a perfect format for that agency to use, not so perfect for my office, MODA, to use, right? There are columns that don't make any sense. There are data sets that don't make any sense. You know, this is not data that we, look at on a daily basis. So how do we understand this data? How do we make sense of this data? How do we clean this data? How do we wrangle this data using all of the cool data scientist terms, right? But MODA, I'm blessed with a team that has the capability to do that. We go back and forth with these agencies who are really smart about their information, smart about their data. So we partner with them to understand their data. And once we understand it, then we can build algorithms and models to help solve city problems. That's the process that I'm discussing here. That's the process that we're putting together here, right? So in that story, the agency giving us the data was only the middle of the story, right? It wasn't the end. You don't just give the data and then the agency walks away and then, well, that's it, problem solved. MODA has any number of different things to do. And so for us, we view opening up open data as the middle of this process. The same way for MODA, for our analytics projects, we view releasing of the data of agencies to my office as the middle of the process. So one of the things that we've done, we've gone through all of the comments. The Open Data Portal has been around for a few years since the law, and there's been over 800 comments around the data, quality, questions, data set suggestions. We went through every single comment. We literally a short while ago, my team, really impressive people from my team, sat down and read through every single comment and categorized those comments. Because we wanted to understand, we built, and we ultimately built out a typology of the different types of comments we get into the portal. But we wanted to understand what were people looking to use the data for, such that we can begin to identify ways to make the data available in ways that's maximally helpful to people coming in. Next, we wanted to begin to integrate open data into citywide processes. So this is an interesting story, and I love this story, and this happened, some of you may have heard about this, but this happened maybe a few months ago. Anyone here familiar with iQuant NY blog? A few folks. Of course, you guys, yeah. Ben Wellington, who is a quantitative analyst at a hedge fund in New York City, but also an adjunct professor at university in New York City, and is a self-proclaimed, data nerd, data geek, whatever term you want to use. He has a blog called iQuant NY. And in this blog, what he does is he goes onto the open data portal. He gets a lot of the data that my office releases, that the agency release. He gets a lot of that data, and he does analysis on that data. And he puts up really cool maps, does these really cool, he's like part data geek, part comedian, part entertainer. So it's really a fun read, really an interesting read. What has happened is he's been able to sort of dig into the underpinnings and underworkings of the city as represented by the data sets. So this particular one was interesting. So I remember getting an email from him one night. It was like a Friday night or something. And he said, hey, I'm just giving you a heads up. I've got this I was looking through some data on New York City, open data portal, and I'm going to publish this article on my blog, and it's likely going to get picked up by the press. And oh boy, did it ever get picked up by the press. I mean, it was an international thing for a short period of time. Essentially, he looked at parking ticket payments that was on Department of Finance's website that they had released, in Department of Finance's database that they had released onto Open Data Portal. So this is the payments of, there's no personal information in any of this, but it's people who paid parking tickets, not the people, not their individual information, but parking tickets that have been paid. And he looked at what they were paying the parking tickets for. And he noticed that a lot of people were getting ticketed for parking in what we refer to as pedestrian ramps, right? But what he also knew was that 6 years prior, City Council had passed a law that said it is legal to park in front of a pedestrian ramp. So for years, New Yorkers had been getting ticketed for legally parking in front of pedestrian ramps to the tune of close to $6 million over that time, or it's millions of dollars, right? So he found this out looking through open data, and he wrote this blog on iQuant NY. So he gave me a heads up and said, this blog is coming out. I think I want to get engage NYPD on this, because it was NYPD that was doing the ticketing. I said, my response to him was, I think that this is important because you used open data, and that's what open data is for. It's about transparency about the city, sharing what the city is about, right? What we're doing in the city, and having New Yorkers engage in it. Remember that quote at the beginning. Any New Yorker, anytime, anywhere, to engage with their city. So this is important. This is very important. It's not exactly awesome that New Yorkers have been losing money to the tune of millions of dollars for getting ticketed for legal parking, but this is what this is about. So I said, this is an open data win. And it can be a New York City operational win as well. We can begin to become a better city, a smarter city, a more efficient city by looking at this data and looking at it the right way. So if done the right way, if engaging the agencies in the right way around this story, it doesn't become this clash of journalists versus government. It becomes this sort of ecosystem, this community that's actually working together. Right? So put them in touch with the right people, framed it the right way in those conversations, and a week or two later, the blog comes out. And it was picked up. I mean, it was like all over the place. And I want to read, for those of you that haven't read the blog, I wrote this down, because I want to share with you what he wrote at the bottom part of the blog. So he reached out to NYPD. NYPD did the analysis on their own, agreed with his analysis, and said, you know what? You're right. Thank you for bringing this to us. We'll fix it, and it will never happen again. And this is just a portion of what he wrote. I was speechless. This is what the future of government could look like one day. This is what open data is all about. Imagine a city where all agencies embrace this sort of analysis instead of deflect and hide from it. Democracies provide pathways for government to learn from their citizens. Open data makes those pathways so much more powerful. In this case, the New York Police Department acknowledged the mistake, is retraining its officers, and is putting in monitoring to limit this type of erroneous ticketing from happening in the future. In doing so, they have shown that they are ready and willing to work with the people of the city. And what better gift can we get from open data than that? You know, you're gonna hear, I spend a lot of my time, and you're gonna hear a lot of talk about smart cities, but gosh, could there be any smarter city than that, right? Using the data that's created from the city, giving it, sharing it with the public using it, and engaging with the city, and the city reciprocating by engaging back and changing its processes, changing its protocols, right? That's a smart city, if you ask me, but no one's asking me. Now, let me go back to the beginning, open data for all. Imagine a young African-American or Latino youth in an underserved community in the south of Bronx who does the same thing that Ben Wellington does, who uses data that's released to him or her to change the complexion of their community. Right? That's what we're working towards. Now, Ben Wellington is a smart data guy. He's a quant forward hedge fund, professor at a university. So he's good. But what about if we can get a young student in a high school to think the same way Ben Wellington does, and that is, I can have an impact, I can affect my community with open data. And that's what we're driving for, and I can promise you, from what we've seen on the ground already through this open data for all effort, that's happening, and it will happen in a big way, in a major way. And we're talking about from policing to health to education. All of these things, open data can help cities be smarter and think smarter about themselves. And then I think I have a last, right, so here's the quote, so on and so forth. I think it's so awesome because I couldn't have written that any better than Ben Wellington did. Last is learn, test, standardize. And so for us, it's this process. We learn, we test, and we standardize, and we just keep going. That's what my office does, the Mayor's Office of Data and Analytics, and that's what we want to do around open data. And that's it.
Can we take one question? Yeah? Great. Thank you so much. You're a great storyteller, and I think we could have stayed here and just listened to all these different use cases. I mean, for me, that's also what open data is about, right? Connecting with communities of users, with real life problems, right? And how to enhance the quality of life of a city. So thank you very much again for sharing with us. I'm mindful that we've asked you to submit a few questions. I think you've answered the top one, which was, how do you get past publishing, right? That was really at the core of your presentation. The second one was, how do you quantify or how do you measure success? So maybe you could just tell us, some key kind of indicators, things that you look out for that may kind of help us through the course of the day today.
A couple of things. There's a few metrics that we're looking to put together. I think the first one is, I talked about agencies. And so it's bringing agencies into the fold, but also keeping agencies, holding agencies accountable. And so one thing that's key that we talked about was customer service. And so one of the things that we're going to be doing is putting a metric together in terms of how many people reach out to the portal to say, hey, I'm curious about this data set. I feel like these pieces of data are missing. I feel like this is, I've seen some erroneous data on this data set. It happens. It's a part of data life. We don't expect perfect data to get out onto the portal, but we're going to be managing a metric in terms of how responsive agencies are with respect to customer service to those questions. And we want to be 100% all of the time, right? And so that's going to be one metric for success, is our customer service and agencies being able to be responsive to the questions about the data that they are releasing. And that keeps the agencies thinking about their data and how they're releasing their data. Another metric is training. So we're implementing citywide training around usage of open data. Again, open data for all doesn't happen because you say it happens. You have to go out into these communities and put training programs together, go to these high school, elementary schools in some instances, community board meetings, and do training. And so we're going to be counting a metric and identifying how we're training, whom we're training, and how successful those training efforts are.
Great. Thanks again. Okay, thanks. Great. Okay, so where's Alex? There you go. All right, you're up. All right, so we're going to transition to our next panel. We've got the city of Dublin, city of Montevideo, Zaragoza, and Edmonton from Canada. So I'll ask our panelists to come on up. And let's continue to ask questions on the platform. We really want to make this as lively and dynamic as possible. It was very useful. I think we've got multiple questions that are already being submitted, and the voting up or down worked really well. So if you guys can take a seat, great.
So, good morning, everyone. My name is Alex Howard. I am honored to be here in Spain. Last time I was here, I was in Barcelona back in 2012 for the Smart Cities Summit. So, as my colleague Stephen, also from the Sunlight Foundation, mentioned, it's tremendous to see some of these conversations around data and sensors and urbanism and activism and equity coming together. I was honored to interview the Chief Analytics Officer that preceded Aman years ago, and to see how data can be made relevant to people at an elemental level in New York. And I think to connect some of these issues that you were all raising quite usefully here on this platform about why this matters, about why it's important for governments to consume data internally, to apply it to their mission, to connect it to people's lives on the ground, to make sure that these issues of access, equity, inclusion, and rights are addressed. It was exciting to hear him talk about the importance of having a consumer of the data bring it up to the government and then see action because of it. It's not just an abstraction. This isn't about technology, even though we often frame it in terms of technology, even though as a journalist in the past decade, I've covered it from the technology angle. It's about democracy. It's about representational government. It's about giving people a voice. And up here with me, I've got people who are working on these issues. Now, I have questions for them. This has been my profession for years to ask questions. but we've got them coming in here on this platform, so I'm going to try to make as much of your voice be on stage here as I can to let them speak to it. So let's see, let me just make sure we introduce them properly so we have this discussion. We have Juan Prada for the city of Montevideo. Did I get that correct? Nice to see you, sir. We have Nicola Gram, is that about right? Victor Zaragoza? Excuse me. Okay, so they got me in trouble here with the, yes. Maria Jesus Luis is from the city of Zaragoza. Thank you. All right, so, and then finally, Stefan? That's right. Okay, from the city of Edmonton in Canada. Sorry. All right. I'm missing Dublin. That's too bad because I love Dublin. Okay. Well, gentlemen, I want to quickly give you an opportunity to introduce yourselves and your work. Can you talk about, we'll start going down from here, what being an open city means to you personally and how you connect open cities to the communities you serve?
Bueno, voy a hablar en español. Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Juan Prada. Soy de la Intendencia de Montevideo, Uruguay. La motivación principal para nosotros en lo que tiene que ver con la apertura de datos fue ese postulado de que los datos no son de las organizaciones, sino que los datos son de la gente. Nosotros, como organismo de gobierno, nuestra función es recolectar datos, generar esa información, pero también volcarlos a la ciudadanía, porque en definitiva los datos son de ellos. Nosotros en Montevideo el grupo de datos abiertos empezó como una iniciativa de 3 o 4 informáticos. Yo provengo del área informática, que justamente estábamos jugando con los datos todos los días, recolectábamos datos en la base de datos todos los días. Y tomamos la iniciativa de que veíamos que generábamos aplicaciones y tomamos la iniciativa de abrir los datos, generar, por ejemplo, la Intendencia cobraba en alguna medida los shapes que publicaba de los mapas de la ciudad. ¿Por qué los cobraba? Si los mapas son de todos, todos podemos usar las calles, todos podemos usar los espacios públicos. Entonces, ¿por qué no poder usar los datos vinculados a esa infraestructura? Entonces comenzamos a publicarlo, tuvimos el apoyo, sin duda que se necesita apoyo de las autoridades para poder obtener el aval para la publicación de eso, pero comenzamos en esa etapa. La intendenta de Montevideo promovió, estamos hablando del año 2008, y fue una de las primeras ciudades que tuvo un portal de datos abiertos de la región, y en el año 2010 se genera una resolución departamental en donde promueve la apertura de datos generados por la Intendencia, ¿no? O sea, los aspectos de transparencia, eficiencia, participación ciudadana eran los postulados, generación de conocimiento, eran postulados que nosotros estábamos promoviendo y que las autoridades lo refrendaron. Yo después soy nominado como director del área de informática y bueno, y ahí subí la apuesta. Ahí comenzamos a trabajar en un proyecto que denominamos Montevideo Abierto, que no solamente pasaba por publicar datos, sino que comenzamos a publicar servicios, comenzamos a publicar algoritmos y publicar conocimiento. Esos son los 4 pilares sobre los cuales se basa Montevideo Abierto. Publicación de datos, publicación de servicios, publicación de código. Nosotros en el 2012 también sacamos una resolución departamental en donde damos preferencia al software de código abierto para generar aplicaciones. Y eso nos facilitó enormemente la cuestión, porque actores de la sociedad civil podían conectarse y desarrollar sus propias aplicaciones que interactuaran con servicios y con las aplicaciones de nuestros sistemas de gestión. Por poner un ejemplo, adaptamos el estándar Open 311 y generamos, publicamos servicios basados en nuestros sistemas de reclamos, y gente de la sociedad civil desarrolló, basado en el código de Fix My Street, lo adaptó a Montevideo y desarrolló una plataforma para poder notificar a la Intendencia de los reclamos de Montevideo. Y eso es un ejemplo claro en donde, si bien nosotros tenemos nuestros medios y nuestros sistemas de gestión y nuestras formas de comunicarnos con los ciudadanos, dar la posibilidad de que existan otros medios, otras formas de comunicar los problemas que están en la calle. Entonces, ahora que estamos mucho hablando de ciudades inteligentes, nosotros entendemos que para que una ciudad, ahora recién lo decían, para que una ciudad sea inteligente, los ciudadanos tienen que ser inteligentes y nosotros tenemos que apostar a eso, tenemos que apostar a promover la cultura, a la educación y el ejemplo que recién comentaba el señor de Nueva York, es claro, ¿no? Esa retroalimentación que debe existir en forma constante con las organizaciones de gobierno para facilitar, porque de última ayuda en una mejor gestión y una mejora en la calidad de servicios que redunda en beneficios para todos, ¿verdad?
Hello, my name is Victor. I'm a developer in Zaragoza City Council website, and we also maintain the city open data portal. As Juan said, we believe that all the information or services produced by public employees belongs to citizens. And this information needs to, it has to be unique. So the user who maintains, the employee who maintains it is the responsible and only he can touch the information. It must be shared inside the organization. It has to be georeferenceable and accessible through the website, and of course open, processable, and described semantically for a better reuse. To accomplish these objectives, we need political and legal support. That's why a couple of years ago, the City Council approved the Free Access to Information Ordinance, which established that the access to public information is a basic right for citizens. Then the City Council published their current version of the APA Zaragoza, but now we are rebuilding our entire website with one objective in mind. We call it open data by default, which means that the first reuser of the open data is the City Council website. So every service we develop for citizens, it's using in the back office the open data published in the open data portal. This causes that the open data is the core of the City Council website and ensures that the initiative will be maintained over the time. Data sets are described in the open data portal, but we use differentiable URIs to allow citizens access a user-centered service, but also reusers can request the same URI and specifying a request format. They can get the information in JSON, in JSON LD, in XML, CSV, etc. Having all the business logic in the API, in the Zaragoza's API, allow us to grant access to external companies or users to do write information over these data sets. An example is Open 301, as Juan said. In this case, citizen complaints arrive to the City Council website, but sometimes the responsibility for solving an issue is an external company. So we derive the issues to external companies, and these companies, in their business logic, have implemented calls to our APIs in order to solve these suggestions or citizen claims. We provide also an Sparkle endpoint in which we have stored different data sets like events or city traffic accidents or contracts of the city, or many more. And we are using existing vocabularies, but sometimes we need to create new vocabularies or expand existing vocabularies. This is a reality, but we don't like to do it because we think that we only have to adopt existing vocabularies in order to, if a developer develops an application for Zaragoza, the same application should be easily ported to other cities. And the way to accomplish this objective is using common vocabularies or standardized vocabularies. That's why we are working in different projects like Mobile Age. It's a European project whose objective is to develop mobile application for elderly people based in open data published by city councils. We also this summer have been selected by Red.es in second call for smart cities in a project with Madrid, Santiago de Compostela and La Coruña, whose results will be the publication of vocabularies, the source code of our entire platform, and a consensus visualization of services related to open government. One major thing is that many users doesn't know how to use the open data. An example is that the Sparkle endpoints. Not many developers know how to use them. That's why we're doing activities and workshops with journalists and college students to inform them in the use of open data. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Stefan Contre. I'm the Chief Analytics Officer for the City of Edmonton. Just to put it in context, Edmonton is a city in Western Canada. It's in the beautiful province of Alberta, and we have about 1 million population there. So our open data journey started back in 2010 when we published our first data sets on our open data catalog, and since then it's grown considerably. Now we have over 1,000 data sets that have been seen over 13 million times by our citizens, and it's still growing. Also, based on the same idea of being open, we wanted to increase our transparency and also design what we call our citizen dashboard. So leveraging the data that we do have in open data, we created some certain key metrics that we measure ourselves against. Looking at transportation, for example, urban form or urban planning, how are we doing in terms of urban density? Also the environment, how are we doing with using light solar energy? So all of these things really helped the citizens get involved or get to know how we're doing as a city and being more transparent in how that's going. And of course, our citizens have been using the data as well. We have many, many use cases of how that's being done, some very interesting. For example, we did have a civic tech community in the city of Edmonton using open data and repurposing some open source code to create a website and app called link.yeg.ca. This allows people to link people in need in Edmonton with programs and services that the city offers. It's really convenient. From a commercial perspective, we also had a company, a real estate company, actually use a lot of the data in open data to create this very innovative application that allows to match home seekers with those neighborhoods that match certain criteria. So just as the big wins that we had in involving the citizens. But I think if I look back, and the biggest thing we did was in 2015, in April, when we decided to officially unveil our open city policy. So this was endorsed at the highest level from our mayors and councillors, and essentially a cornerstone was that data was open by default and then restricted as required. So this made some impact externally when we did put out data to our citizens, but I gotta say the biggest impact was how it affected operations internally. Before we had this policy, it was actually easier to go on our open data to get some data from a different department than it was to call a colleague and say, hey, I need some of your open data or some of your data. So since that policy have come in, we've seen an increase in collaboration internally as what the city is doing, and they're using that intelligence or that data more intelligently now. We were using it to look at different problems, using analytics to solve it. And a second outcome of this in the same years is we formed an analytics center of excellence, modeled after the New York's Mayor's Office of Data Analytics, same kind of thing. We hired our first data scientists, we hired data visualization specialists, business solutions analysts that all work together to solve real world problems. And the aim or the goal of this Analytics Center of Excellence is really to increase data-driven decision-making at the City of Edmonton. So all of these things have really worked well, and we saw this as an opportunity to also expand our open data portfolio. And we started what we call open analytics. So you can imagine that open data is very valuable to a certain segment of the population, those who are tech-savvy, who know what to do with it. What about everybody else? Well, what we did at the City of Edmonton is we've started creating very compelling, dynamic visualization based on some data sets that we put out, so that the normal citizen can actually interrogate that data the same way as somebody who's tech-savvy. So when we have high-profile data sets that come up, such as crime data that just came out recently at the City of Edmonton, or census data, we create accompanying visualizations that will allow anybody who doesn't have a big tech background to also look at this data and see what crime is like in their neighborhood, or look at what's going on around their city in terms of demographics. So we're very excited to be here today, and hopefully we'll learn from other innovative cities across the world.
Well, thank you all for bringing your perspectives. I think one of the valuable things that hopefully comes out of conferences like this is that people across the world can learn from the examples, the experiences of other cities, to focus on issues of literacy, to focus upon how open standards can be introduced, to focus upon literacy, something we talked upon a bit. There is clearly a lot of interest, I think, in how open data, though, can really address significant issues in cities. And these are things that people vote upon, right? The issues of education, of economic opportunity and jobs, energy, environment, our core issue, transparency and accountability, corruption in government, something that is still an issue around the world. It's often convenient for governments to talk about services and improvements there, because that's really where cities are accountable to their citizens. But can you speak a bit more to this, the top question here, examples of how open data, either used internally or externally, has led to addressing significant issues in your city? And please keep it short. I want to get some more questions.
Okay. Once again, I say a big impact of open data for us has been internal as well. One of the examples is how we mow lawns. It sounds like a trivial problem, but we have over 4,700 turf areas in the city of Edmonton. And before open data, we couldn't have addressed this problem. But now what we did is we did use some very fancy algorithms, some genetic algorithms, to look at how we could optimize routing from going from parcel to parcel, as well as workforce optimization using those same algorithms. Because we could correlate data from different departments, because we could use those algorithms, we're expecting next year, based on that same program, to save about 25% on our grass cutting needs. I mean, that's tangible results that we're seeing inside, and that will eventually benefit our citizens.
Internally, all the data sets we have developed requires a back office used by public employees, and this back office is only in one place because the data is unique, and it's reused all over the administration, so the organization. In fact, in the beginning, we have several of the same database was replicated in different units of the city council, and this way we are unifying all these systems and working with the data with the unique database. Externally, for citizens, we have a directory of applications developed, and now we have 40 applications developed by external users, and we have 100 of developers registered in our systems, and we think that they are covering things that we are not solving, like we don't develop mobile applications. Developers are doing for us.
Are you seeing people use the applications?
we have less or more 10,000 requests a day to open data to our systems.
Okay. So you're seeing impact your systems of external applications.
Yes. Transport applications. Most of them is in transport applications. There are many of the requests.
Gracias. Una puntualización con respecto al ejemplo que comentaba del sistema de reclamos. La clave ahí es que el ayuntamiento tenga un sistema propio de gestión, porque de nada sirve de que nos manden un mail a alguna casilla para que después haya alguien que ingrese ese mail al sistema de reclamos. O sea, la apertura de los servicios que yo comentaba es para que utilicen la plataforma desarrollada por la sociedad civil y que ingresa automáticamente como si lo hubiera hecho un usuario a través de la computadora o del call center. Ese es un poco el ejemplo. Y ahora hay 2 empresas más, otra de la sociedad civil y una empresa que también puede utilizar esos mismos servicios para brindar calidad de vida a los ciudadanos. Como ejemplo de datos, Montevideo tiene más de 50 juegos de datos abiertos. Yo comentaba hoy lo de los shapes, pero por ejemplo OpenStreetMap utiliza la numeración de puerta y la nomenclatura de las calles que surge de la publicación de nuestros datos. Y después, nosotros siempre entendemos que como organización de gobierno tenemos la necesidad de brindar determinado tipo de servicios. Así desarrollamos una aplicación que se llama Cómo Ir, que te dice cómo haces para ir de un lugar a otro tomando el transporte público. Nosotros no somos informáticos y sabemos de algoritmia, pero no necesariamente hacemos productos bonitos, muy usables. Entonces, nuestra apuesta fue liberar los datos de los tiempos de arribo de los ómnibus para que otros hagan aplicaciones mucho más usables, mucho más fashion, ahí con botones y qué sé yo, con mapas, que mostraran y que dieran mejores servicios a los ciudadanos. Y lo otro es, yo no podría cuantificar cuántas aplicaciones hay desarrolladas con nuestros datos porque nosotros no exigimos, cuando van a usar nuestros datos, que nos digan para qué los quieren, porque no tiene sentido, o por lo menos eso es lo que nosotros entendemos, para qué quieren usar los datos. Entonces no tenemos un registro. Si los quieren contar, lo contamos y lo publicamos en nuestra página, pero directamente lo pueden utilizar. Hoy en día, yo hablaba de que Montevideo tenía un portal de datos abiertos. A nivel nacional existe hoy el catálogo de datos abiertos, o sea, el gobierno nacional tomó esa experiencia de Montevideo y la escaló a nivel nacional. Hoy todos los organismos del Estado que están publicando datos se están publicando a nivel nacional en un catálogo de datos único, o sea que ya no tenemos 2 portales, tenemos uno solo, con lo cual a nosotros desde lo nacional nos fue un orgullo poder fomentar ese tipo de políticas hacia el exterior.
Sorry. If people are saying one specific example in your city of where it has made an impact, here we have a cost savings saying, would you also say transit data, for instance, in terms of giving people better ability to navigate? Would that be the example you'd give, or would it be something else?
Sí, actualmente, o sea, lo que decía, nosotros no sabemos bien qué es lo que hacen con nuestros datos, pero publicamos datos, como decía, de transporte, publicamos datos de los mapas, de las calles, de los registros de los productos, de los locales comerciales. Entonces, ahora nosotros lo que sí publicamos, por ejemplo, son los datos, y pensamos hacerlo nosotros. Tal vez esté hecho por ahí, similar a Inglaterra, el Where's My Money Gone, ¿qué se hace con mi dinero? Es un portal de cómo es que el ayuntamiento gasta sus recursos. Esos datos nosotros venimos publicando desde el año 2010, cómo se gasta el dinero, pero como decía recién, desconocemos nosotros el conjunto de aplicaciones que se están haciendo con el uso de los datos.
Gracias. I think this speaks to a hunger in the community, and there's a question here, again, pulling from what you all are bringing up, about examples of misuse or poor uses or bad uses. And this is, I think, significant, because it's one thing to stumble upon the good use. It's another thing to look for examples, maybe not to track. But as anyone in government knows, as soon as there's a poor use, then they hear about it very quickly. If there's a use in the media, then they hear about it very quickly. One of the stories I wrote about years ago is when a news organization used licensing data for handguns in the United States and mapped it down to a block level, like down to individuals. And that instantly got people very upset, and it resulted in the legislator cutting off access to that kind of data through the Freedom of Information Act. So there's a great fear. The incentives are aligned often towards negative use cases driving concern. And there are, because of the power of data collection in government, great many details of private citizens' lives in tax information and health information, et cetera. When you speak to your communities, when you speak to media, when you speak to other government officials, how do you talk about the risk of misuse or poor use and balance it against public interest?
I think that's been one of our major challenges going forward with our program right now with open data. Even to the point where when we're putting out open data sets one at a time, usually there's not an issue. We have a very comprehensive process that looks at it, making sure we protect privacy. But now that we're looking at merging data sets together or letting our citizens put those data sets together, a lot of times people are worried that they could reverse engineer private data based on that. And it's a valid concern. What we're seeing though is that, if you take, the risk level too high and you want to protect everything, the only way you can protect everything is to say no to all data sets, which is certainly not an option for us. So it's that balance that we have to do and find so that there is access but also protection of privacy. And that's an ongoing challenge that we're dealing with it now and hoping that in conferences like this, we might find some innovative ideas on how to deal with that.
In our case, in our free access to information ordinance, it established that every information should be published unless it contains personal data. That's a huge problem because talking again about Open 301, people send their claims using personal information in the description. So we had to validate each claim in order to or anonymize it, or even don't publish it in the open data set. But in that cases we have problems, but I think that we should keep going publishing. It doesn't have to stop us.
Sí, nosotros tenemos en Uruguay la ley de protección de datos personales y todo juego de datos que nosotros... Existe además la unidad de acceso a la información, o sea que todo pedido de información pública puede canalizarse a través de esa unidad. Cuando yo hablaba de datos, nosotros desde informática promovemos la publicación de esos datos. Lo que hacemos ahora, estamos próximos a, yo contaba de vuelta el tema de los reclamos, estamos próximos a liberar los reclamos que se hacen en la ciudad, un poco para tener un panorama de qué es lo que la gente más reclama, de qué es lo que está mal en la ciudad o lo que piensa que está mal en la ciudad, que no le pasó el ómnibus, que hay baches, que hay que podar el árbol. Todos esos, como decía el compañero de Zaragoza, cuando uno hace el reclamo se piden los datos para verificar de que se haga responsable del reclamo que se está haciendo. Pero en la publicación de los datos, todo ese filtrado de información personal no se disponibiliza. Entonces, eso es una cosa que nosotros cuidamos mucho.
Well, thank you for sharing your experiences. As I anticipated, we've run through our time like that. What's useful, I think, to recognize in this is a shared challenge. So building systems that have privacy by design is critical. Creating systems whereby you can create open data by default and then disclose something that has PII stripped out of it. It's very important. Thinking through the incentives, very important. Data literacy is very important. I think issue of open standards has come up too. I hope that the conversations that have been really brought up online continue in a robust way, and that we all think about how to make sure that the issues that have been brought up here get addressed in substantive ways in the conversations this afternoon. It's a real privilege and an opportunity to be among so many people from around the world who have such a richness of shared experience, a diversity of experience across different places. And I hope that you take what you learn here and bring it back to make sure that freedom of information laws are tied to open data, and that privacy and inclusion is built into that too. Because these things all mix together, along with something that's important to me too, which is the press's ability to report on these things. You know, the media act as key infomediaries, and the public does as well. So if you restrict rights to analyze data, to publish data, to explain what's happening there, it does have an impact upon the public's ability to know what's happening. All these things are related. It's deeply contextual and complex, and I'm looking forward to meeting many of you and speaking more about it. So with that, pass it back to our MC.
All right, let's give a hand of applause here. So we're going to transition to our final panel for the morning. And I know that there's probably some eagerness to engage, right? To have as much more interactivity than we're having so far. So far, it's been kind of one-way communication, but you know, this afternoon, we're really going to have the opportunity to interact with one another, get to know each other better into smaller groups around the themed workshops, okay? So we're doing pretty good on time. We're going to be able to take our break at noon. But I'm going to pass the mic to Antonio, who's going to be our moderator for the final panel of the morning, and he'll introduce our speakers.
Thank you, Jean-Noé. How is everybody doing? Are you okay? Are you finding it interesting? Good. I hope so. So I'm very happy to introduce the next panel. We are lagging behind in time a little bit, but we're going to try to catch up and give some time later for coffee and so on. So I would like to welcome Barbara Ubaldi from OECD, Dinan Tihold from the European Data Portal, Noe Landry, and Stephen Larrick from Sunlight Foundation. Can we move on to the next slide? Someone from the organization. So, is there, well, the slides should be different, but I think I need one more chair. No, I'm gonna sit here. I like what Alex did with the computer. So basically, I'm still using the, we are going to look onto the Slido platform for your questions. So I encourage you to put questions into the platform so I can look up the most relevant question, and I will be your voice for this panel. So this panel is going to look over open data in cities at a wider or broader perspective. These are open data specialists that are working on regional initiatives. So they have, I think, a very broad perspective about what's happening and what's working in open data in city level and what's the future of data. So I would like to start by giving the floor to Barbara, who works at the OECD, and she's going to talk about transplanting national initiatives into local context, right? Okay, welcome.
Thank you, Antonio. I don't know how many of you know the OECD. The OECD is an organization based in Paris, and we have been working for the past, let's say, 5 to 10 years on policies and initiatives on open data with about 50 countries around the world. Even if our entry point are normally national, therefore central government's policies and initiatives, more and more we've moved in our efforts to connect dots between the central and the local, and the very simple reason is that the more we work on open data, the more we want to pass the message that the value of open data is created through reuse. And the reuse of the data happens when communities are engaged, when communities are interacting with the public sector, and that happens often at the local level. So we have great initiatives and policies designed at the central level, but too often these are not connecting with the needs and with the activities that can happen at the local level. So just to frame a little bit the comments I'll be making afterwards, which are very much based also with the very interesting interventions we heard a few minutes ago from the people who are actually doing things at the city level, I think there are 3 main messages which underline, in my view, why open data is important for cities to be open and why cities are necessary for open data. We try to link the work on open data with the expectations in terms of results for societies, for economies, and for the public sector. And so we think the more and more open data can strengthen public governance, which is more sustainable and which is more inclusive. So it's more capable, for instance, to anticipate problems, to identify needs of citizens and businesses, is capable to engage with finding solutions, and is more inclusive in doing that. Secondly, I think we are all witnessing, we've been hearing for quite some time about the shift from a user-centered perspective to what we hear being a user-driven perspective, meaning are governments capable to provide services which not only try to respond to your need, but actually bring you on board? So engage you to try to understand directly from you what kind of service you want. Do you want to access an information or like concerning public transport online or through an app? That requires a completely different way of thinking and engaging with communities, which open data can really strengthen and help. And third, the reuse of data, which leads to value, can really happen at the local level. And that's why I think that open data is necessary for cities, is necessary to better connect to real problems. I thought it was very interesting what one of the previous presenters said, that open data needs to be about action. And action means connecting to real problems, connecting to real issues. And who more than local governments and cities can know what are the real problems of their societies? If there's a problem with traffic, is there a problem with the service being delivered? Is there a problem with schools, with hospitals? But for the same reason as cities need open data needs cities, because it's at the local level that the public sector knows who are the actors in the user community, how to engage these actors, what are their needs, what kind of data they need to create the value, and what kind of, for instance, capacities exist. When we talk about user community, it's a very vague term. That includes the private sector, but private sector includes big established companies. We've been working with a number of countries doing what we call peer reviews, which means we try to understand to what extent their policies are efficient. And in many instances, we see that there are the big established private companies that are very active in advocating with the government or with the cities to release data, but there are the small social entrepreneurs, small startups, the geeks, right? The students that get out of the university and they know what to do with data, and they don't know how to channel the request in terms of which data they need. But there are also civil society organizations. I've been working with Peru for quite some time on this topic, and there were communities of civil society, there were civil society organizations working with local communities of women who were doing open data without knowing that they were actually doing open data. So it's at the city level, it's at the local level that these valuable actors can be spotted, can be trained, can be engaged, can be brought into the picture. And here I have a question for Antonio, because I have additional comments, but I don't know if you want to leave the floor to the other speakers so that is less monologue and we can get... Okay, because I've been thinking, maybe I can contribute later, since this seems so good and so important. So the point is, why is it not being picked up more broadly across the world? And what are some of the challenges and maybe some of the ideas to overcome? But I can come back to that later.
Great. So I'm going to share some key findings from a recent study that we did for the ODI, for the Open Data Institute in the UK. on city resilience issues as an emerging theme for open cities. We just recently conducted this research. We interviewed approximately 35 to 40 different experts from around the world in the global south as well as the global north. And the key question around it is, what is the value added of open data to be able to resolve or help address some resilience issues? And when we talk about resilience issues, I'm using the Rockefeller Foundation's definition of resilience, which touches on social, physical infrastructure, as well as climate issues. And issues of risk mitigation, preventative measures that can be addressed by cities to tackle those big challenges. And some of the key things that we've discovered in talking to resilience experts as well as open data experts is that the resilience community isn't very well connected to the open data community, but the open data community knows a lot about resilience issues. Right? So there's an opportunity here to build a field of collaboration between different communities of practice. And how do we do that? The people that we spoke to had several ideas, but there's a need to build stronger networks and collaboratives around data and around issue areas to be able to merge and to be able to have complementary skill set to address these big challenges. Another issue that came up is in talking about resilience issues is the concept of smart cities, right? So in my mind, there's emerging themes here. When we talk about cities around the world, there's resilience issues, there's openness, so open cities, but then also smart cities. We know that smart city infrastructure isn't always open, right? So how do we reconcile, or how do we maximize the opportunity and the big investments that are being made in smart cities to address resilience issues with open data values, right? So there's a challenge there for cities around the world. There's also a need for capacity building, which won't be a big surprise. But I think it goes to the core of the open data movement, right? Which has been to a large degree driven by volunteers, right, around the world. We all know about hackathons. We all know about these types of collaborative initiatives that have taken place at the very local level. So how do we invest in capacity within government and make those types of, or academia for that matter, and the nonprofit sector and the philanthropic sector to be able to really kind of connect these dots around resiliency issues? Other types of investments that and priorities that came out through this research that we did is developing an agile approach, right, to resolving these and tackling these big challenges. What are the types of standards and data standards that we want to promote and develop on resiliency issues, on social infrastructure, physical infrastructure, that can then set enabling conditions in order to be able to have the predictability and the, how can I say, the conditions that enable us to react quickly. Because if we talk about resiliency issues, often we talk about issues that can arise very quickly and that can have very large and damaging consequences on cities. So how do we build these enabling conditions to be able to mitigate and prevent these types of issues in a way that's proactive? And lastly, there was also quite a big consensus around this so-called kind of divide that when we talk about the global north and the global south. Whereas if we talk about cities, cities have a lot in common, whether it's in the global south or in the global north, and we're seeing that there's a lot of cities in the global south that are actually leapfrogging in the way that they're innovating and using data to tackle issues of disease, tackle issues of mobility, infrastructure, transportation that could be very, very beneficial to global north cities. So there's kind of a representation there when we talk about global north and global south that I think is very appropriate for a conversation at the global stage that we're having today.
Thanks. So my name is Stephen Larrick. I'm cities lead for the Sunlight Foundation. I direct our work on a program called What Works Cities. And for this panel, where we're talking about kind of some of these broad programs that are attempting to scale best practices and approaches to open data, I figured I could share some of the lessons from the field in terms of some of our thinking in the What Works Cities program. So I'll start by giving you a little bit of background on that program. This is an initiative that is about technical assistance, bringing technical assistance to cities across the US to help them use data and evidence to make better decisions, and to make better decisions as part of an open democratic process. That latter part being especially important and crucial to Sunlight. And what differentiates our program is kind of our big, hairy, audacious goal of working with 100 cities throughout the country, kind of at the scale that is an order of magnitude different from many of the other programs that have existed and that have tried to make a difference in the US context. And I think that there's some interesting kind of lessons to be learned here, and I'll share 3 of them now and leave you with a thought or maybe a challenge before we get into the discussion. The first is that cities are peer-driven. It's something that we've definitely seen a lot of, and it's something that I think can be taken advantage of. And so, in the same way that the gentleman from Edmonton talked about kind of looking at New York's model, and like even within our own presentations, we see kind of peer models emerging. Many of the cities that we've worked with are looking for their own peers, and it's not always New York City or the largest cities in the world that cities are considering a part of their peer network and their peer cohort. So when we worked with the city of Tulsa, we talked to them about some examples from New York City, but it was really when we started talking about examples from Louisville, Kentucky, that things started to resonate and we started to see action take hold. So secondly, cities are generally risk averse, but as we talk about building a peer network and about scaling these issues, that risk aversion can be mitigated by showing that it has worked in another place, ideally a place that is considered a peer city, and that the sky hasn't fallen there. So building a robust set of best practices, use cases, and good reform ideas is so crucial to kind of hitting that critical mass of norming the expectation, because I think like when we're going to see true success and a true measure of success will be when it is part of the citizens' expectation of just how a democracy functions. That open data is a core part of that. And then finally, kind of how do we get there? The ideas that spread fastest across a peer network are not just any ideas. It's not ideas about open data in and of itself. It's the ideas in which open data has been successfully tied to actionable improvement in citizens' lives. And so, we see this in things like in transportation, where GTFS and transportation data has been, it is now very common that public transit agencies are putting out their data in open formats so that developers can build on that. And I hope that that initiatives like the 100 Resilient Cities initiative can help connect more open data issues to real challenges that are going to accelerate the spread of these ideas across a peer network that will again help mitigate the risk aversion that cities and all governments tend to have, and also help grow that peer network that cities are looking towards. So I guess that leaves me with the final challenge, which is that in thinking about this challenge ahead of us of scaling our movement, we need to not just think about making open data, the data itself open, but also making open and accessible the good reform ideas themselves, the ideas themselves, the reforms themselves. So one thing that we're doing at Sunlight is we're taking the actual open government policy and legislation and using an open legislative data format to make that information more liquid and more remixable, more rewritable across the set of cities that we're working with. So how do you make not only these good reform ideas more liquid and more easily spread, but also the use cases? How do we make that open? Once we open that, that's what we're really going to see the data itself open at scale. Thanks.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'll just stand so the guys in the back can see me as well. My name is Dinan Tinolt, and I'm here on behalf of the European Data Portal. European Data Portal is organized and set up by the European Commission as a single data portal for all EU public data, and that is about the EU 28 countries as well as numerous other associated countries. Last week I was in Bratislava at the EU's Digital Assembly. And of course, everyone was there talking about how data is important and it's sort of the new important raw material of the future, the oil of the future, so to say. And there were words like, we must liberate data, and there's a revolution going on. Felt a bit like libération, révolution, Cuba in the 1950s. But it was interesting to hear about how this is a priority. So it's great that everyone sees it as a priority. And what we see here today as well, many examples of cities and lots of developments going on which are extremely positive. We know that there's a wealth of data out there, and there's lots of developments going on to open it up to the public. And especially at city level, people want real-time data. They want to have it now so they can use it in all sorts of apps and such. But there's also a wealth of historical data out there, of data from the last century as well, which is actually being used in some cities as well, for example, for preventive policing, to provide predictive models and such. So we want everything that's here now, that's happening today, as well as everything that's happened in the past. And I like the presentation from this morning, which was talking about data poverty. Well, let's go from data poverty to data wealth. Now, what the EU's done is quite interesting, is saying, well, we have these 28 plus countries. Let's bring that all together in the European data portal. Let's make it comparable across countries, across languages, across alphabets, even different alphabets there, to make it comparable. Now, whether it's somewhere in Kentucky or somewhere in Bulgaria or somewhere in the UK, let's make it comparable and see where it brings functionalities, where we can find comparison and bring more value from it. Now, we know we're all here because we find open data important. So we don't need to talk to each other about that. So let's come up with a bold statement in terms of what do we want to achieve. These developments going on, they must continue. But what must happen as well is not just open by default, not just privacy by design, but let's open up the wealth of historical data as well. So if there's politicians in this room, or if there's people with connection to politicians, let's bring as a statement to IODC the next few days as well, that all public data that is generated every second of the day must from now on, be open. Everything, unless there's a good reason. No more discussions about budget, because if you're starting to talk about budget and you're complaining about it's not costing enough money, basically you just don't have your infrastructure in order and you haven't organized it well. So let's tackle that problem. And let's also open up all data of the 20th and the 21st century. And that will bring us from data poverty to data wealth. And the final thing, I think, building on the experience of what the EU is doing with the European data portal across 28 plus countries, what do we call upon the World Bank or the UN to say, let's follow that example and do the same thing for the whole world so we can compare across even more countries? That would be my call for having a bit of a provocative debate and to go from just these activities where we say what's going on and the best practices, which are great and which we must share, which, by the way, are also on the European data portal where you can find such cases, but to be more provocative and not just preach to the choir, but make a statement as regards to how we can take a leap forward. And as Kennedy said, not because it's easy, but actually because it's hard. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just a brief question. How many of you work in a government, state agency, or public institution? Can you raise your hands? All right, well, it's a nice representation. The objective of this summit, I think one of my main objectives is that people working in governments bring back ideas so that they can implement them right away after the summit. So one of the issues that I have seen coming up in these questions and your presentations is about, and the previous presentation is about the end user, the citizen. How do you integrate the user into the formulation of an open data policy? And basically, I would like, and we have talked about data standards, which are very cold, but I was wondering, is there like an engagement standard? Is there a good practice in that we can incorporate into the formulation of an open data policy? How have good governments or good cities implemented and reached out to the citizen? Do you have any examples?
I'll speak to one area of research that we've undertaken at Sunlight, which is that on kind of the overlap between what we've seen in crowd law practice and open policy making and open data, which they're not, these things do not need to coexist, but they happen to coexist quite often compared to other examples that we've kind of issue areas where we've seen. And so we've worked with several cities that have actually, what I mean by that, in case I'm using too much jargon, there are many cities that, as they're drafting their open data policies and their open data initiatives, they're opening that process up to feedback through online forums. And so typically, like a city might use Google Docs and put their policy up and open it for annotation. They might do so with GitHub. They might use a platform like OpenGov Foundation's Madison platform for doing that same thing. City of DC, where Sunlight Foundation is based and where I live, currently has an open data policy up, and it's available for comment right now if anyone is interested. And so we've seen this in cities like Chattanooga, cities like Las Vegas, and actually there's something like 11 cities in the United States that have opened up their process of policymaking to comment and feedback from users. And I think ultimately, cities aren't putting the data out there so that no one will use it. And if you're not willing to engage the public in the design of the actual program, then what kind of signaling is that for the actual engagement that's going to come after? And so certainly it's not the be-all and end-all of engagement to put a policy up there as you're drafting it. But if ultimately open data is not about data, but decentralizing kind of control and the centralization of decision-making in a more democratic and responsive way, that's something that can actually take place. That's an ethos that doesn't need to just take place with the data itself, but can take place with the drafting process as well.
I can add to this, because it's very interesting. You asked the question that I was about to ask. And I think when we think about end users, often we think about always about actors which are outside of the public sector, whereas I think end users can also be civil servants. And in that sense, I think that there are interesting examples that I came across both in Mexico and in France in this area, which relate to the fact of identifying specific initiatives that are purposeful, engaging end users, meaning instead of opening up with a very broad call on what would you like to be the priority of the policy, or what would you think be high value data sets that you would need, the idea is to call out a specific request associated to either a specific social problem. So in Mexico, they have this initiative called Retos Públicos that they've been implementing at the central level, and now they're translating at the local level. And the whole point is we identify, maybe together with you, a social problem that we would like to solve. So we crowdsource ideas, but also data, and we engage you in a purposeful way. So I think just to add, I think what makes the engagement also valuable is when it is linked to specific need, and maybe even the need can be identified with the end user. And that also, I think, would contribute to solve one of the other challenges that I think often the disclosure of data is not demand-driven, so it's very much supply-driven.
Maybe just to add two ideas or observations on this topic. I mean, to me, when we talk about engagement practices, it comes down to the issue of porosity. Right? So adding kind of a transparency in terms of understanding the way that government makes decisions. And here we're talking about open government data, but obviously if we talk about open data, it's not just about government data. But in this case, I think there's a need to better understand the considerations of data managers or data curators before they release data. Right? Because often we end up with the end product. If we look at data in terms of a life cycle, we often only see the tail end of that, when the data is actually made available in an open data format onto a portal. But what are the considerations that happens in between, or before? And I think that's also about the trust and respect that can be developed with data users so that they can understand, okay, this is an issue, what is the ethics or the politics of data as well, before these choices are made in prioritizing and making data available. Also the issue of who gets to demand. Where does the demand come from? And I think that there's a lot of limitations when we talk about this supply and demand actually paradigm. And if we look at it from a much broader perspective, who has the means to be able to ask for data? Not everybody does. So, I would encourage us to also think about kind of the social inequalities that comes with the demand of data as we build an open data ecosystem.
Yeah, maybe just to add two more comments to this. First of all is in the issues of, let's say, providing data, oftentimes there's always the issues of, it takes a lot of effort to make it, so it's always about prioritizing it. Again, to build on my previous bold statement, make it all available, even if the quality is bad, then just add a quality flag saying, well, okay, the quality is low. By the way, you can crowdsource improving the quality then, because many users are happy to even have bad data to improve themselves, and then makes it easier to just open it up by default, of course with the consideration of privacy, but then you still are able to open it up. The second thing is, we're often talking about the ones that know what's there, either that are developing new services or apps that are sort of on the edge of this thing, but big, old, boring companies are often very important potential users of open data as well, and they're just not aware of it. Now, when I talk about big, old, boring companies, I'm talking about car manufacturers, I'm talking about banks, I'm talking about insurance companies. And the open data is incredibly valuable for them, but many times they don't know it yet. And we've done many workshops and sessions with these big companies to make them aware of it, and often there is an enlightenment after the end of such things. So if you look at the economic value added as well, let's not forget these non-sexy companies and find a way to engage them as well. And that's by going through the business and as well the data side of it. And then you have the political support as well to open up much more.
Thank you. I was making a reflection about something that has been mentioned. People tend to compare data with the energy market, with oil, with gold, or with gold. But I'm thinking like oil has caused many problems to the world, pollution, wars, and everything. There was a tweet the other day saying that data was actually the new coal because it creates a lot of pollution. There's a lot of not valuable data out there. And I was wondering, something that you have mentioned, Barbara, about the demand-driven and about the quality of data. How can cities ensure that they create demand for this data? What examples have you seen of cities actually reflecting on what sector is most important to release data on? For example, I don't know, transport or education. What good practices in creating demand and this ecosystem around data have you seen around the world that we can bring to this table?
I mean, maybe one thing that I would underline is the ambassadorial role of data managers, right? To be able to come out of your office and to go and to interact where things are happening, right? And I think that's an effective way of being able to understand, what issues people want to try to resolve, but then also kind of break down these barriers in terms of engagement to understand, what is the value, because that's at the core what you're describing when we talk about this kind of untapped potential that's been, estimated at, billions and trillions of dollars around the world, which are, these figures that are quite abstract to, a citizen in his neighborhood, looking at a particular issue on his street, right? He may not be thinking about kind of the new gold. He may be thinking more about potholes, right? Or the street light that's not working. And so I think it's in the way that we define problems, right? And looking at the underlying data that informs the way that we're able to solve them. And that's the true value, in my mind, of open data. It's that connectivity and collaboration. That is the worth of the data itself.
Yeah, and I'll add to that I think as we're looking towards ways to move more towards a demand-driven process for open data, it's really important to not start with the data. But to start with, and not even necessarily with the user, the data user, but actually with the urban resident and with their needs. And so, one of our experience working with the city of Providence, a lot of the small business owners in Providence, Rhode Island, a mid-sized city in the United States, were very frustrated with the process of starting a business and with the licensing process for starting a business. And so as a result, the city did a bunch of surveys with small businesses and decided to start prioritizing licensing data and really made that a target of their next steps and their next phase of their open data program design. And so I think that if they had started that question looking at their data or started that question within their IT department of what should we do next, they might have seen a very different result. But they started from a different place, which was what are the challenges that are facing our small businesses? What are the challenges that are facing our urban residents? And from there, they eventually got to data. And I think that kind of paradigm shift is one that we all need to embrace. I think, I'm hopeful that a true measure of the success of our movement will be when more panels like ours are not necessarily staffed by open data experts, but by the rank and file city officials and city residents and advocates that are addressing city challenges and happening to use data to do so.
Yeah. First answer to your question, examples, and you can see some in the poster session during lunchtime. It's from Amsterdam to Berlin to Copenhagen, and there's lots of great cases of how certain cities are doing it with their strategy, with the types of applications, with what data sets. And there's a proper prioritization of what data sets from a user perspective, really demand-driven. At the same time, and I'm just provoking you, I think saying this, we need to go from supply-driven to demand-driven, it's just giving you an excuse to be lazy. In other words, it gives you an excuse, we're going to prioritize. We're going to spend the next half year prioritizing, and then we'll do those that we have prioritized. No, don't have that excuse. You need to open it up all now. Within the next year, everything is going to be open by default, and then in the next 5 years, the past a year, century and a half is going to be open as well. And no excuses of prioritization.
So just to complement, first of all, I think a way, I found interesting examples, although not perfect, in the city of Barcelona and in the city of Paris. And I think, possible ways to change this dynamic is, first of all, proactiveness. Too often still, cities or central government are very reactive. So we open up because we hear, so the demand goes stronger, but it's still very reactive, not proactive. Second, connecting communities. This has been said before, but I think it's very important also to move from, one of the other panelists was saying, from talking about data to talking about real problems. And you do that only if you connect the communities, but also you engage with the communities, meaning I hear about, if I want to identify what is the main problem in the education area that I can solve through open data, I need to go and talk to the schools, to the teachers, to the pupils. And that brings to my third point, which is capacities of civil servants. It can't be only technical capacities, it can't be only data-related capacities, but it needs to be a set of capacities which have to see with engaging. And not all people who've been hired within the public sector, the central, local level, or in cities, has been hired with that set of skills being expected. So I think it's a matter of having a comprehensive set of capacities to really get out and be in touch with the communities.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the very last question, and it's about standards. In Spain, I think there are 8,600 municipalities. So when we talk about opening data at the city or subnational government, are we really talking about how are we going to do this? Like 8,000, there are many more thousands of cities and municipalities than national governments. So how should cities think about standardization, and what good practices have you seen? There's a poster out there which is very interesting of 4 cities in Spain that are working together in an open government platform to share data and so on. We will listen to them later, but I would like to take your opinion on this.
Well, just very quickly, I think that this is a big challenge, particularly in countries which have federal systems. Meaning which have high numbers of municipalities and which can't be somehow guided towards the adoption of, or not guided, but like brought in a compulsory way towards the adoption of standards. Therefore, you need to create incentives. First of all, I think networks among cities in a country, but also within countries, I think is helpful also for cities to understand the value of adopting standards. I think there are international efforts which are more broadly being adopted at the local level, like adoption of the International Open Data Charter, which I think helps to create the type of knowledge, to create the type of interaction, the sharing of experiences that then can lead also to identification of what kind of standards should I adopt as a city to be able to also share my data with a neighboring city. And third point, I think creating a business case for the adoption of standards, meaning, having standards, all adopting them can help you share data to solve real problems. And we go back to the original point of how do you connect the data with the real problems, and that's an opportunity also.
Yeah, I mean, standards is a big topic, and there's a theme this afternoon that will kind of dive a little bit deeper on that. I think your point about networks, knowing what standards exist before inventing a new one is obviously one that's essential. Also making standards better known, right? And we're seeing this in some countries where the taxonomy or the metadata is made much more available and coordinated with national initiatives, like national statistics bureaus then have a role to play in talking about kind of open definitions or standardizing different types of data sets so that cities then have guidelines to be able to implement them. So that's the kind of agility that I think can be required and helpful for cities as they look for standards. And then the big piece, of course, is the governance of standards, right? How does that unfold? So once you've created the standards, how does that work and how does it maintain itself over time? That's a big challenge, and yesterday there was a great workshop on open contracting and looking at new versions of that standard, and it was very encouraging to see that there was 80 to 100 people that participated in a full day activity to really kind of dive deeper from different countries to understand that standard. So governance of standards, I think, is a very, very important piece here.
Yeah, so standards is a huge challenge and a hugely important challenge. I think that where we've seen success has been where a small group has come together that includes the data users as part of that stakeholder group. So what we saw with GTFS was Google coming together with Portland's transit agency and coming up with a standard that then was able to scale and spread very quickly across a number of different transit agencies. And kind of recently at a transportation conference, kind of saw a similar sort of process with bike share data. And there's now a bike share data standard. Was excited to see that Madrid has a bike share system. In North America, there are something like fewer than 6 bike share vendors that actually kind of run the companies that create these bike share systems. And they got together and they just figured it was in their interest economically to create a standard. And not all data sets are like that. So how do you, like when you have a group of 6 get together, they can hash it out and come up with a thing that's going to be mutually beneficial. But as you expand that out to the 40,000 local agencies that are in the United States and the 8,000 municipalities in Spain, you get a much hairier problem. And I wanted to give a shout out to an approach being taken by one of our partners on the What Works Cities initiative, the Johns Hopkins Center for Government Excellence. And they recently used an approach of kind of looking at descriptively at what is being put out there. What are the fields, like say in 311 data or in police data, what are the fields that just the different local governments are putting out there? And which ones are most popular? What's the most overlap in terms of those fields? And use that as a starting point. But I think, again, you can have committees and a long process of trying to find the best standard, or you can come up with something that's usable and see if it gets used. And I think that there needs to be something kind of in the middle to get at what's right. And there needs to be transparency about kind of that process of creating standards so that the assumptions that go into standards are kind of known by the public as well.
In Europe, since the 1940s, we've had this progress of unification, and we've taken down physical barriers across countries. And in the digital world, we've been putting up barriers again. And I think, and apologies to any Brits in this room, Europe actually works in that field. Because what we see as well in Europe is what we try to encourage is cross-border services, that you can work from one government in country A with another government in country B, and that they are able to communicate to each other. They can recognize standards and such. Now translate that to open data, and that's where I think what Europe is doing with the European Data Portal, with standardization and such, it actually shows that it can work. We can compare data across languages, alphabets, sectors and such. So if you take it from a city's perspective, forget X many cities in Spain. Just say you're a European city, hence adapt to European standards, and the fun thing is, then you'll be able to communicate with your Spanish cities as well. So go European instead of national, and then you'll solve national problems as well. And other countries in the world, feel free to join in.
Thank you. I love Europe, and I think that's the way to go. but unfortunately there are not many European unions around the world. So there are other regions that may need regional, actually, agency, and I wish we had that in Latin America, for example, and in other regions, so that we could actually integrate these standards. I think we're running out of time. I would really like to thank the panel for being here and actually keeping the answers straight to the point and concise. I would like to just say 2 words about 2 things that have been mentioned. One was mentioned by Dinan, and it's the principle of open by default. I think that is something that we really support in this panel and in this summit and in the conference. So that is something that I would really like you to take with you and spread the word, open by default. And the second one is that open by default is not by chance the first principle of the Open Data Charter. Many people think that the Open Data Charter, which is a document built by a multi-stakeholder group, has 6 principles, and many people thought that this was a charter that could only be signed up by national governments, but it's actually also meant for cities, and it's actually meant to help cities implement their open data policies and build these policies around the same principles. So I would like to encourage you now to visit some of the posters and we have a break, I guess. Yeah, well, I will leave Jean-Noé to give the instructions, but there's a poster later on about the Open Data Charter where you can see how you can adopt the Open Data Charter as a city. So I would like to give an applause to the panel and give the floor to Jean-Noé.
So let's have coffee, okay? Let's take 30 minutes. It's downstairs in the courtyard. So we'll reconvene at 12:30. And then we're going to switch gears. We're going to have Pecha Kucha style presentation. So we're going to spice it up a little bit. And then afterwards, it's going to be lunch. And we're doing great on time, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. Thank you very much.
¿Ellos dónde? Bueno, yo salgo y yo ya desaparezco. Claro, pero yo entro, salgo. Bueno, te quedas a tu lado, sí, y cuando suenan aplausos salen, entras.
Okay, so we're going to start very, very soon. We're just getting ready for the Pechacucha presentations. We've made a point of trying to use different types of formats, right, to keep you kind of focused and energized during the day. Before we begin, and as we just load up all the presentations, if you go back to the polling tool that we presented this morning, Slido, we've listed all of the different themes for the ideation workshops in the afternoon, okay? And so we just want to get a sense of your interests. So if you can go online right now as we wait and maybe select the themes that interests you the most, that's going to give us a sense of, how we going. So select one theme per person, okay? So select your most interesting theme for you, okay? Or the conversation that you're most excited to have in the afternoon. And then, of course, after the lunch, we're going to have the presenters, the curators of those conversations come and present to you, okay, what they want to talk about with you, okay? But if we can already get a sense of your interests of the different themes, that would be very helpful for us. And we have the ability to spread out across the venue. So you're going to be working in small groups in different parts of the venue. So we're very fortunate to have that. All set, guys? All right.
We are not ready, but we can start.
Okay. Let's do it. Yeah, please.
Okay. Buenos días. Good morning. Thank you, everybody, for being here. My name is José Luis de Vicente. I'm one of the founders of the Visualizar program for data culture, which is hosted here in Media Lab Prado since 2007, almost 10 years ago, which in this space of practice really feels like a couple of centuries, at least. So much has happened. I'm going to be very brief and then give the word to Adolfo, who has been leading the development of the Visualizar workshop this year. But I just wanted to tell a couple of things about the story of this place and the story of this program and why we're doing it. I guess you all know you are in Media Lab Prado. I guess you all know more or less what Media Lab Prado is, maybe not completely. I wanted just to explain a couple of things about this place. Media Lab Prado is a citizen lab. It's an institution that was created as part of the cultural program of the city, so it's not an academic research institution, it's not a innovation hub, it's not an incubator. It's something that started from the notion that a culture of practice was a culture also in which research was an activity that could be part of the daily life of citizens. So citizen labs like this, and the Media Lab Prado model was based on the notion that experts and not experts, citizens and professionals and academics could work together making questions. And this model of transdisciplinary collaboration where artists, designers, computer scientists, engineers, activists, sociologists, and citizens from the neighborhood can work together on a project has been the basis of the work of Media Lab Prado for more than the last 10 years. One of the ways that we do this is by creating teams, letting these teams to make questions, getting the right people who can investigate these questions and trying to build a prototype. Not a finished project, but a prototype that is the driver for the research in a very intense, normally around 2 weeks process of development. And in 2007, one of the lines of work that we started to use here in Media Lab Prado to explore this methodology was data, was data-driven, was the notion that data suddenly was an interesting material that could be used for inquiry, for making questions. In 2007, we were very interested in the language of data visualization, which was sort of starting to become a language. And it was a very interesting language because it was a language to, as I said, to make questions, to present new forms of images. And it was also a perfect space to get artists, programmers, engineers, designers, activists, and scientists working together around this language. We hosted the first Visualizar workshop in November of 2007. And things started to happen in those years that we probably really didn't anticipate that we're going to become so huge. In those first years, we would gather their teams, they would make their questions, and then we would try to go to City Council and say, can you give us data so that we can start looking at these questions and try to build something out of that? And in 2007, the answer was automatically, first of all, who are you? And second, why should I be giving you data? Because it was not obvious at all. I remember one project that we developed in that 4 years in 2007, where the question was, try to visualize how many cars were driving around any street in Madrid on any particular day. And we discovered that that data existed and was part of the mobility area of the city. And we went there and we asked them, can we have this data? And they said, no, of course, not at all. Why should I give it to you? So we had to use a mechanism by which we extracted it by scrapping it from the website. I remember we used to say that the scrapping in that moment was like a technical name for stealing, which is basically what we had to do. 1 year later, in 2008, things started to happen and to change. And then suddenly it didn't seem so absurd going to City Council and say, please give us this data. And then they heard about the Obama administration and started to talk about the importance of open data and giving citizens access to the data. And the growth of the open data movement and it being equal to transparency and innovation helped us a lot to, throughout the next years, make a lot of questions and build a lot of prototypes and try to explore and produce a relationship of engagement of citizens in the city with the data that they produce and that the administration has. Throughout the last 10 years, we built prototypes looking at things like air quality, how does the central market in the city works, how are the local budgets for culture distributed. In 2011, in the middle of the workshop, the whole 15M thing happened, and suddenly we started talking about new democratic movements, and many, many things have been built up throughout these years. I invite you to go to the website and look at the archive of the literally hundreds of people who have built literally dozens of prototypes in this almost a decade of projects on data culture here in Media Lab Prado. And the new set of projects that will join us are the ones that have been developed for this workshop that Adolfo has led and that are going to be presented now.
Thank you very much, José Luis. Well, nice words. And I don't want to say I would like to say many things, but I would like to point out two ideas. One was introduced by José Luis. In 2007, we started. Next year is our 10th edition. Well, not 10th edition, 10th anniversary, but not 10th edition. And so, as he said, the beginning of Visualizar was just 1 month before the meeting in Sebastopol, California, where Adrian Holobati, for example, who was one of the mentors of that edition of Visualizar in 2007, was participating in that meeting 1 month later in Sebastopol, and who was the cradle and the beginning of the open data movement. And so, and the second point, the second idea is that all of what we do here at Media Lab Prado is free in the sense of freedom. It's licensed with a copyleft license, so you can replicate it, copy, use it, or reuse it. And then we are going to start with the 8 presentations, and I have to advise you that some of them are in Spanish, so if some of you don't understand Spanish, please go on the back and you can get the headphones to translate, automatic translation, and you can take it for free, of course. And so the first project is for free, but you have to get him back then. Okay, that's not part of our license. The first project is esta Datos. Esta Datos is like they pretend to, well, they want to make a state of art of the reality of the portals of transparency and how they finally are working. So please go ahead. Thank you, Llorens Baquer, Samuel Ortiz, and Nathalie. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the desert of data. We are going to present the project Status, that is a way to escape the data desert that is nowadays the transparency area in Spain.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. In our project Status, we are in the context of transparency, and we identified three main actors. The first of them is the lawmakers that provide laws to institutions to be transparent. The second one are the public institutions that provide spread data, most of times or sometimes are not connected to each other, and we call data oases. And the last one are the citizens that would like to consume this data to get knowledge. But in this context, we realized that there is a big gap in both sides. The first gap in institutions, our foundation is a survey that made the foundation of Compromiso y Transparencia from Spain that get the results of universities in the country. And you can see, we represent in this pie chart that most of them are not fully transparent. Just a little percentage is transparent, the other side is obscure, and there are many in the middle. In the other side, the citizens, many of you know that we make a survey at the first of the Visualizar 16 event, and we realized that many people said that transparency is, they are not information about transparency, but all of them answered that is necessary for the public institutions. It's fair enough to know that it's a big gap because the people don't know about transparency. There is a misinformation about it, and we would like to achieve the way to solve this big gap, to bridge the gap, and solve the problem.
So here we are in the desert of knowledge. What can we do? One approach we took is if we got more audits in the public institutions, maybe we can get the data to the citizens so they can start knowing about what can they do, visualize, or ask to these institutions. But audits have got some problems. You need some knowledge, or probably lots of knowledge, from laws to their own institutions. It's not the same university than City Hall. Also resources. These people are going to ask for a check at the end. And so there is not much people doing it. So what we propose? We got the Status project. It's kind of a community, a crowdsourced project that tries to tackle all of these problems. Like for the first one, how do we make more easy, more accessible, this problem of translation the law to audit? We made like an area, the Oh My Law area, like, oh my God, how do I take this law to something I can use to audit? So for instance, in any law you can take, there's a lot of ambiguity in the terms, or how do you apply to a concrete context? Like it says something about sectorial legislation, but that's not the same in a university than in a city hall. So why don't we put some online tool that the people can use to make some templates to audit portals, some people who knows about the laws and about the institutions and can translate the law to some meaningful criteria you can use to check if the law complies. It could be similar to the Constitute project, where lots of people put a crowdsourced repository of constitutions so they can have all of them to check and compare, and they even use linked data for them. 30 segundos? Okay. So this amazing tool is going to use all these crowdsourced provides tools to engage people, but how are we going to do it? Because the how is using some gamification tools so that people can feel more engaged in being part of this community and provide these templates and use the data we provide.
Yeah, so to summarize this big picture, we want to go from the gap to collab so that we citizens become transparency consumers, creators, and in that way, drivers of our own development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to point out that they have been working for the last 9 days, and in a very, we usually have like 2 weeks, and this year days. So people have been really very stressed out. So next project is Urban Site Art. The leader is Jacobo Jorgensen, and please introduce yourself. And they are trying to make an intervention, a public intervention in the space of the city, and to make you facilitate that proposal of intervention in every city where you live or where you are. And we are having some technical issues as always, but okay. If you want to start talking about the project, it would be really useful. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for coming. We are going to present this project in Spanish. So, este es un proyecto que parte de un grupo de arquitectos y artistas por compartir su interés sobre lo que ocurre en la ciudad a través de los desechos sólidos que la ciudad genera por diferentes motivos, como son la globalización, la sociedad de consumo, la gentrificación y todo este tipo de procesos que se llevan a cabo en las ciudades contemporáneas. Lo que hemos tratado de hacer es dar visibilidad a estos pequeños residuos a través de imágenes que vamos captando mientras paseamos por la ciudad y las comparamos con obras de arte ya generadas bien a través de diferentes categorías, como pueden ser movimientos artísticos o artistas ya consolidados. A continuación, un poco pues, va a pasar a desarrollar los objetivos del proyecto Nieves, una de las colaboradoras.
Hola, buenas tardes. Bueno, pues un poquito el objetivo del proyecto en torno a la idea general es desarrollar, llevar a cabo la desmitificación del arte entendido como arte con mayúsculas, ¿no? El arte de la institución, los movimientos artísticos y los artistas que están consagrados, y también de alguna manera democratizar el arte, haciéndolo posible o pudiendo llevar a cabo el desarrollo de manifestaciones artísticas y estéticas por parte de cualquier usuario que tenga inquietudes artísticas, que tenga inquietudes estéticas o que quiera probar un poquito en el campo de la creación, ¿no? ¿Cómo? Bueno, pues el usuario cualquier usuario puede identificar en el entorno urbano objetos o espacios que se pueden identificar con movimientos artísticos o con artistas consagrados, ¿no? Por ejemplo, estos ejemplos que tenemos aquí presentes, pues hemos pasado a encontrar objetos en el espacio que se pueden identificar con los Ruidimates de Marcel Duchamp, construcciones con la obra del artista Cristo. Estos serían un poquito los ejemplos. Entonces, en esa línea hemos desarrollado una aplicación móvil en la que cualquier usuario se puede identificar y participar, aportando a golpe de imagen, captando imágenes en su entorno urbano de objetos y de espacios que quiera identificar con ese tipo de manifestaciones artísticas. Como siempre, a través de la reinterpretación del espacio, pero solo a golpe de imagen, nunca manipulando el objeto encontrado, ¿vale? Entonces, bueno, esos son un poquito los objetivos de lo que es, en líneas generales, la esencia del proyecto. ¿Y puedes darle atrás, Vladimir? Los objetivos de la aplicación pues serían estos, ¿no? Pues poder crear arte, crear estética, socializar con otro tipo de usuarios, interaccionar con el espacio de las nuevas tecnologías, de los usuarios en general y, bueno, pues eso, en la línea de la democratización del arte. ¿Le puedes dar a la siguiente? Y ya, bueno, pues un poquito explicando el nombre de Ursay Art, pues al principio partió de la idea de un nombre un poquito más extenso que era Urban Side Art, pues hablando un poquito del lado B del arte urbano, ¿no? Haciendo referencia a esos usuarios o a ese discurso que se puede generar a través de este proyecto que nada tiene que ver con los discursos del arte con mayúsculas o de la institución arte en general. Y luego, bueno, pues hemos incluido el código QR porque hemos también barajado la posibilidad de cómo poder hacer llegar a todos los públicos este proyecto y habíamos pensado que a través de un código QR que puede estar presente en instituciones artísticas, culturales o educativas o a través de páginas web o blogs de arte, de arquitectura o de cultura en general y revistas culturales y este tipo de medios, ¿no? Y bueno, pues ahora mi compañero os va a explicar el funcionamiento de la aplicación.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Vladimir. Vale. Bueno, esta es la aplicación que hemos, en base a todo lo que nos ha contado Nieves, hemos creado una aplicación sencilla que sea de fácil lectura, ya que ella ha indicado a las personas, pues tanto aficionadas con la fotografía como a personas de calle, y que vayan identificando las distintas fotografías. Entonces, en esta interfaz, cada usuario puede subir la fotografía, escribir un tag y se compartiría. Luego en el home tendríamos todo lo que son los movimientos del arte, tanto movimientos como artistas. Entonces, luego existe una categoría que cada usuario puede crear en base a sus características o lo que se vaya encontrando, puede crear la aplicación. En este caso, en el tema del minimalismo, observamos arriba todas las distintas fotografías que han tomado los distintos usuarios que han reinterpretado como minimalismo. Entonces, cada uno tendría la opción de, a su vez, poner una puntuación, de compartirla, de crear un mensaje, incluso de establecer un nexo de conexión entre los distintos usuarios. Y luego, a su vez, cada fotografía estaría geolocalizado en un mapa, creando así un mapa histórico y virtual. Y podríamos identificarlo en cualquier zona. En este caso está en Valencia y ya está. Bueno, en 10 segundos. 10 seconds. Thank you.
Well, one minute and a half more, less time for the next one. The next project is the behavior of visitors of a cultural institution, as a museum or exhibition room, and is led by Cristian Diaz, and he will explain better than me the project, as and all the team.
Buenas tardes a todos, mi nombre es Cristian Díaz, la presentación, como ya empecé, la hago en castellano, para que me puedan entender, básicamente. y vengo de Bahía Blanca, Argentina, trabajo en un museo y justamente trata sobre el comportamiento del visitante en los museos, atento a al nuevo paradigma de los museos en este nuevo siglo. Entonces, ¿qué encontramos nosotros en el museo como problemática y qué también que está demandando el visitante? El visitante ya viene con más experiencia y lo que sobre todo quiere es vivir una experiencia. Nosotros desde el museo, para poder brindarle esa experiencia, necesitamos conocer justamente por dónde se mueve y qué es lo que quiere, para darle justamente mejor sensación de estar cómodo, mejor comodidad dentro del museo y que quiera volver y visitarnos. Desde el museo también, en este nuevo paradigma, en este nuevo siglo, cambia el foco justamente atento a este nuevo visitante, de la conservación a la conversación. Entonces, necesitamos estar más cerca de ese visitante y crear y fidelizar ese visitante, crear engagement. Creemos que con las nuevas tecnologías podemos lograr mucho de lo que estamos viendo en la presentación. Entonces acá es que empezamos en el primer día a repensar esos vínculos entre el museo y el visitante, a ver los cruces, a ver dónde había puntos de encuentro. El museo necesita conservar sus colecciones, sea de la tipología que sea este museo, y necesita al visitante también porque ya no queremos más museos vacíos. Entonces, para esta nueva experiencia, nosotros es que vinculamos el museo con esa experiencia del visitante y con ese movimiento en el espacio, en las salas del visitante, y llegamos a crear una aplicación que es Mi Museo, que nos va a permitir, por un lado, al museo traquear ese movimiento, tener los datos en tiempo real de la geolocalización en el espacio, dónde va a estar en el espacio el visitante, cuánto tiempo se queda delante de alguna obra, por qué obras pasa de largo y no presta atención. Y por otro lado, al visitante en esa aplicación le vamos a dar nuevas capas de sentido, mucho más información, no olvidándonos de la función pedagógica que tiene todo museo, con realidad aumentada. Y ahí tenemos las pantallas de nuestra aplicación, de Mi Museo, donde lo primero que le vamos a estar pidiendo al visitante es que se conecte a la señal de Wi-Fi. Luego lo invitamos a recorrer el museo como quiera. Y ahí entonces vamos a tener la parte de realidad aumentada que le va a ir apareciendo en la pantalla del móvil y nosotros vamos a poder ir viendo ese mapa del recorrido. Para finalmente, cuando está yéndose de la sala del edificio, nosotros tomamos a modo de ejemplo la sala de exposiciones del Media Lab Prado, pueda ver, ahí estamos viendo cómo llega a la realidad aumentada porque tomamos los 8 casos del visualizar a modo de ejemplo en esta aplicación y cuando está saliendo se puede llevar un mapa digital o impreso de su recorrido, de cómo se anduvo moviendo de su deriva en la sala, en el espacio museal, que es aquí. También con la posibilidad de ir a cada obra marcando qué obras le gustó y le va a quedar marcado en ese mapa impreso las obras que más le gustaron o las que le llamaron la atención. Ahí lo que tenemos es una simulación, es una animación que simula el comportamiento de un cierto número de visitantes. Bien. Que nos va marcando y nos va dejando la guía en esta visualización de, por ejemplo, las zonas más densamente transitadas. Acá podríamos ver como institución que en el centro se nos quedan todos los visitantes, pero no se acercan tanto a las obras. Si por lo tanto en las obras tuviéramos cartelas que tienen información complementaria de la obra, tal vez acá vemos que no la están viendo, no llegan a verlo y eso sería algo a corregir. Para aquel lado solo van dos visitantes, entonces esa parte de la obra, de la muestra, se nos está perdiendo, no la están viendo todos los visitantes. De esa manera, con esta visualización es que entonces podríamos ajustar museográficamente o el guión la exposición. Muchísimas gracias a todos. Toda la documentación está en comportamientodevisitantes.wordpress.com. Luego va a estar subido en el GitHub de Media Lab Prado. Y no quiero terminar sin presentar al equipo monumental que llevó adelante todo esto en tan poco tiempo, como son Marcos, Elisa, Agustín y Daniel, México, España, Argentina y Daniel, España, que con ellos pudimos llevar en poco tiempo todo este trabajo adelante y que continúa. Por suerte, que no lo puedo decir todavía, lamentablemente, pero hay noticias de que sigue este trabajo por un año más. Gracias.
Thank you very much, because this was almost in time, and we are in the 4th project, so please, Martín Nadal, go ahead. He's the leader of Gala. Gala is the name of the project that was to visualize a galaxy of concerts, of musical events around the world. So, Martin, if you can start talking about your project. Thank you very much. As Christian said, all the projects are in our GitHub, and so you can visit them, and that's all. Thank you.
Hola, mi nombre es Martín Nadal. Haré esta presentación en español para que nos entendamos. Bueno, paso a presentar el proyecto Gala. A ver si pasa alguna diapositiva. Espacio, a lo mejor. Ya manejo, yo sé que es las diapositivas. La idea de Gala es una visualización de todos los conciertos que han ocurrido en el mundo y usar la idea de concierto no solo como un evento, sino que trasciende, que más o menos sea un indicador de la actividad cultural de una ciudad. De esa manera podemos tener un mapa de actividad y de diferentes géneros musicales a nivel global. Básicamente la idea inicial era generar una galaxia, Gala viene más o menos de galaxia, donde siguiendo las coordenadas donde hubiera ocurrido ese lugar, donde estuviera localizado el concierto, y dependiendo del género musical se colorearía y tendría diferente tamaño. Cada estrella tendría una escala cromática dependiendo del género musical que fuera. O sea, nosotros tenemos una base de datos bastante grande, con muchísimos conciertos y que todos están etiquetados, cada grupo, y nos permite hacer esa relación. ¿Puedes pasar a la siguiente? El origen de los datos viene de las TCM, que es una página de recomendación musical, donde también en especie los usuarios pueden ir subiendo conciertos que les interesan, lo que permite que el set de datos vaya desde los conciertos que todos conocemos hasta conciertos más pequeños. Eso me parecía que era bastante interesante, también contar con grupos no muy conocidos. El primer paso que hicimos, vine a visualizar y ya teníamos todos los datos en una base, ya estaba más o menos todo el dataset entero, y lo primero que hicimos fue empezar a explorar los datos. Tuvimos un acercamiento que era una visión local, entonces hablábamos de los conciertos que había en Madrid, que nos lo hizo Antonio, es de los conciertos que... No, pues puedes dejar la anterior. Con cada uno diferente género, y luego el tamaño de esos círculos es la cantidad de conciertos que ha tenido esa sala. O sea, este sería una visión local. Luego, ¿puedes pasar ahora? Luego tenemos esta otra visualización que hizo Víctor, que hoy no ha podido venir, pero básicamente lo que consiste es, con géneros muy minoritarios, ver cómo evolucionan. Pues, por ejemplo, teníamos el chiptune o uno que se llamaba Dragon Rock, que es como una mezcla de rock y Harry Potter. O sea, géneros que muy pequeños y muy justos, y el poderlos seguir. Eso nos parecía que era muy interesante. Tenemos una visualización. ¿Tienes este de aquí, el de Víctor? Víctor MP4, que es un vídeo. Son 30 segundos, o sea que tampoco... Que salga... Dale a play, bueno. Sí, Wizard. Entonces se ve cómo puedes clica en chiptune, le sale una descripción del género, y luego se empieza a ver que se genera en el norte de Europa. Luego va al Wizard Rock, que es este que os cuento, que básicamente empieza por Estados Unidos y se empieza como a generar. Vamos, es el típico mapa de calor, pero que es interesante. A mí me parece que es muy bonito lo de un set de datos grande ir sacando como detalles, o sea, como cosas más... Tiene otro ahí. ¿Cómo vamos? ¿Cuántos son? Vamos bien, un minuto. Y luego pasas y luego tenemos otra diapositiva. Luego en el interfaz, Marta estuvo trabajando en la interfaz, puedes pasar diapositiva, donde más o menos estuvimos proponiendo de qué maneras podíamos manejar todo este tipo de datos. Siguiente diapositiva. También propuso, bueno, todo esto son diferentes interfaces, cómo podíamos navegar de una visualización a la otra. Luego también se propuso eso, la escala de colores, y clasificamos a los más genéricos dentro de nuestra base de datos. Y luego generamos que es Gala, que también tiene un vídeo asociado, si puedes abrirlo, por favor. Y este es más o menos como el proyecto final, donde tenemos la base de datos del 2006 al 2016. A ver. Bueno, vamos, funciona y se lo... O sea, bueno. No, ese es el otro, No, tienes que quitarlo. Un poco más de presión. Sí, le bajo. Ahí está. No, esto no es... a ver. Ahí está, guay. No hace falta que esté magnífico. Entonces, básicamente podemos ir navegando, podemos ir viendo de una fecha, que este es el 2006, el 06, podemos ir eligiendo cada género y podemos viendo, este sería como el diario de música electrónica, vemos unos puntos azules ¿sabes? Son todos los conciertos que ha habido ese día, podemos pasarlo a folk, que son los puntos amarillos. Y esto básicamente es día a día. Puedo ir navegando por esa línea de tiempo o incluso puedo pasarlo a semanas, que veremos más densidad y nos permite ver con mayor calidad qué es lo que tenemos. No hace falta o sea, puedes seguir dando la play. Sí, pero es que el vídeo está... ese es el rock y más o menos también se va moviendo. O sea, lo que es bastante interesante es que las ciudades donde tiene más intensidad se puede visualizar y también se pueden comparar diferentes géneros. Luego también si clicas en una ciudad te dice qué grupos tocaron justo ese día, que compete al género, o sea que es bastante completa la visualización. Podéis ver, está todo hecho en tiempo real, todos los puntos que veis son locales donde ha habido conciertos y ya está. Este es el proyecto. Y nada, y gracias a mis compañeros, a Antonio y a Marta, muy simpáticos.
Okay, I would like to thank every project for this presentation because they don't feel very comfortable in this, maybe in this moment, but and so thank you again. And well, we usually have an Ubuntu desktop that works fine and properly, but today it was broken. Well, it has been broken for the last 2 weeks. So next project is Fab City, is in dashboard from Massimo Menichinelli. Okay, cool. And they will introduce them properly, but it's a dashboard to visualize the Fab Labs, the work they do, and how they can share resources. And okay, please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. The Fab City dashboard actually is probably one other version of dashboard for the smart city, but not just the smart city of sensors and companies, but more with the perspective of makers and citizens working in the cities and the maker movement to improve the city. So this is a project that have been in development for a while. So the idea is, okay, well, working with makers and 3D printing and so on, which is both people and laboratories and technologies. But then we've been moving towards defining a bit more what is the impact of the maker movement beside the technology. So for example, at IAC Fab Barcelona, we developed the Fab City initiative. So the idea was to try to understand how the Fab Labs and makers can impact on the city, not just on how many goods we produce, but also the goods we produce and we design, if they impact on the city. So it's not just physical things, but also agriculture and services. So, so the idea that the dashboard has been around for a while, and the idea, of course, is to understand how this impact can take place in cities in order to make them more subsistence and resilience. And this is something, of course, that will take time. We don't achieve resilience in 1 month or 9 days. So the idea is to try to have this in 40 years, and several cities have pledged also regions to reach this. And so we are trying to have a global project about having this new vision and new experiment. So again, the vision is from the city as just a place where resources come in and then garbage come out. So we just consume resources and energy. To city where there are much more circular networks within the city and with the region and with other cities in the world, with the role of makers and citizens and Fab Labs in implementing this. So, for example, this is also related to another work we are doing. This is a Horizon 2020 project. It's called Make It. It's about the governance of maker communities. So again, it's not just focusing on making physical things, but also how to make this possible and how making physical things change everything else and enable more participation. So the idea of the dashboard was about comparing two things, the resilience of the city and the participation of makers and citizens. So how their work, their projects that develop in Fab Labs and Makerspace have an impact on the resilience of the city. Of course, this is a very ambitious project because it's not very simple to track the resilience of the city and all the maker movement, but the idea was develop a first prototype that also helpful for understanding how to move forward from this. So the idea, again, from all the projects of the cities understand all the data and what is the impact on the different levels of and dimension of resilience. So we started to analyze a lot of different frameworks and data sets in order to understand how to measure the resilience of the city. And for example, we started with the European Rockefeller Foundation framework, but there were no data sets, but actually we found the OECD as two different data sets, one for regional well-being and another for country well-being, which are very, very similar to this idea of resilience, and the data was open, so we used those two data sets to understand the impact of a city and the region and a country. Also because most of the production is not only in the city, but in the region around the city. So we also analyzed it, and then also we found a lot of things missing or mismatching, and also that was the idea of the exercise, so to find what was missing also in our data, in the data from makers and Fab Labs, and change that. So that's why we also use it as a tool for the future. So the idea of the dashboard was to explain simply with one example, one city, how it could be, also to explain clearly what would be a Fab City. So again, we also put documentation about the OECD indexes. And then, for example, for one city, we try to compare the GDP, the population, the surface, as well as understand also the impact that has a city in the whole country. And then from this, we elaborated the OECD data, and with this data, we try to compare and have basically 11 measurements for the resilience of the city, region, and country. So you see the city compared to the region and the country. And it's a quite more complex way from the standard resilience. There is not one value for that, but several. So the idea, of course, that you can also then, with the API from the public platform, understand which are the projects and the labs in a city or in a region. And again, we add with the yellow label what's missing. So the interface is not just a prototype for an interface, but it's a prototype also for the data. So for example, a project, this is called Precious Plastics, an open source project made of machines that can recycle plastic. It's very popular among makers, and it's actually now being built in several places. And so the app shows the information about the project, also what's missing, also for understanding the impact of the project. Because the next step, which was probably the most complex and also important for this, was trying to understand how the project can impact on the city. Of course, one project has a very, very little impact on the city. So the idea was, okay, let's try to see if we have more instances of the project or more budget for the money or a bigger community of the project, how does it impact on the city? Again, we don't have a measurement of impact of a project, so that's something that's still missing, that's why it's in yellow, but we try to understand a bit for this project what it could be. So for the default value, this is what the city, region, and country resilience, but of course, changing the values can change also the impact. And again, this is mostly also as a simulator also for the maker understanding, okay, I will need probably 10 people more to have a bigger impact with the project. Also changing with the 3 slides. So the slides are about the number of installation of the projects, reproduction, the budget, and the community, a bigger community. I don't know if, okay? Okay. Thank you. Thank you to also Mariana that helped me and Julian.
Thank you. Next project, the last before the last before the last. 3. That's almost at the end. Lichen project from Christian Hernandez. He tries to visualize micro conflicts in the city. Well, in every city. They have like three cities.
Yeah, for this occasion.
For this occasion, but they will try to spread the project everywhere.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Christian.
Thank you. I'm here to describe what we did during the last days and Lichen project. Our original project was really different, but we did a really huge pivot during the last days, and it was really interesting because it became through the interaction with the other groups and with the mentors and the collaborators, of course, and was really good. So we are centering now our project in experiences. We are collecting and mapping experiences in micro areas in terms of hyperlocal scale. Let me tell you a story about numbers. We all know that 3.5 is less than 35, right? And like 70 years ago, one guy who was in charge to make an index to make decisions with this index made a mistake, and he was confused just pasting the number 3.5 to 35. So people who was making and taking decisions according to that index was making a wrong decision because 3.5 is huge, less than 35. And I'm not talking about financial markets or housing or whatever. I'm talking about Popeye. Popeye was famous because he was eating a lot of spinach, and spinach was considered to have 35 grams of iron as a micronutrient. And that was wrong because the guy in charge confused 3.5 for 35. So every kid was consuming a lot of spinach because they thought that 35 was the level of iron. But that was wrong. And I mean, spinach is good, but not that good, right? And now discussions about numbers in terms of perception, and that is our main conflict, is that services like Spotify, Netflix are hiring humans to create lists. So we got really intelligent algorithms that are creating a list on Spotify and Netflix and are curating movies and songs for you. But it's proved that machines doesn't have that, as a human had, that is a taste. So in Last FM, we got this wizard rock style that is really cool. But at some point, the algorithm cannot describe the taste of a single user. And a single user is equally important than a billion users. We are not talking about the startups here in terms of the scale or money. Of course, one is different to 1 billion. We are talking about explorative concepts. So let's take a tour to our platform. We, as I said, we are exploring with images and also with sound. That is not working, but imagine we have sound. And the level of sound is different in terms of, yeah, we have. I don't know if I put the micro close, you can hear it. So that sound is the recommendation. Well, we are focused now in noises. We are trying to mapping, for this instance, the conflict in micro scale in terms of the noise. So we are collecting data from smart citizens, red network of sensors, which FabLab give us that tip, so thank you. And we are comparing this with a human perception and the same place that the sensor is placed. So in this case, we got a station that is here in Media del Prado in Madrid. And what we were hearing was the level of sound that is produced. Let me see if it's on again. Okay. So our concept is we are changing the level of volume. You can visit because, well, it's broken. Well, you can visit now our platform. The link is going to be shared. And the volume is changed accordingly to the level of sound. So we got a level that is recommended by the World Health Organization, which is 50 decibels. And then we have a machine sensor that is giving another lecture. And then we have a human lecture of the noise in that place. And we discovered that the human sensor said that the level of noise at these points are huge. I mean, it's more higher than the sensor give us information, the information that the sensor gives us. Well, at the end, I can say that we are creating a platform in terms that it is, well, it's open, and we can collect information about micro spaces, about everywhere we want. We just need to create instruments like a survey created by experts to trying to eliminate the bias of the data. And we want to scale our project to start to collect perceptions about environmental pollution in general, like visual pollution, like air pollution, any perception that we want. So we think that, well, to close that, humans are back in terms of data. So if you can use human data in your visualizations, that is great for us. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Christian. I'm sorry, I apologize for the Chrome, or I don't know what happened. Okay. Next project is our interpretation of Open Referral. Open Referral is run by Greg Bloom, and he came last year to present the project to the Visualizar 15 people. And then we thought it was a good idea to take a broader look to the project, and we have tried to make it possible, or to think about it at least in Madrid. And so Greg has been working with our local team, and they will introduce you what have they done. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Adolfo. While they are getting this presentation set up, I'll just give you a brief description of this issue. We're dealing with information about health, human, and social services. So the resources that are available to people in need. I've been working with this great team, Alma Roscoe and Elizabeth and Alejandro. They found PDFs of human services, many on the Madrid Municipal Government's open data portal or websites. These are long documents that contain information about medical clinics, day centers for elderly residents, youth activities, stored on PDF files where you have to search through them. This is very important information that needs to be used in all different kinds of contexts, from people looking for help to social workers, service providers who are trying to help people find help, and also for community leaders, funders, other decision makers who are trying to understand the allocation of resources in their community and how they might more effectively meet people's needs. So the Open Referral Initiative has developed an open data specification that can structure this information so that it can be shared across many different kinds of information systems. So data can be updated once, information about which organization provides what service in which location, how you access that service. That information can be updated once and accessed in many different ways at the same time. And so we had a little demonstration of that. You can see up here a series of PDFs with information about, I think those are animal services. What are some other kinds of services? Other kinds of services that are in the PDFs? Okay. So we extracted this information from these documents, and we transformed it into a structured open data language. We loaded it into an open API, and we deployed a front-end application that enables people to browse it more effectively. But the particular application that we deployed is just a demonstration. There could be other applications, text messaging features, call centers, that could all be querying the same data set. So this is actually a very nerdy look at the language that we use. This is the structure of the language that breaks out organizations and the services that they provide and the associated kinds of information like funding, like hours of operation, like intake processes. And we were able to get the information out of the PDFs, put it into this format, and load it into this API. And then we have a example of an open source web application that anybody who has information in this format can deploy. So while they're trying to pull that web application up, I'll just tell you that I'm also working with community organizations and government leaders in other communities in Canada and many cities around the United States to find opportunities to help the organizations that maintain this information cooperate, which is oftentimes a matter of not opening data, but discovering new ways of working together. How are we doing? So this is, they actually film themselves transforming the data and loading it into the API. And we'll get a shot of the website shortly. There it is. So this is a searchable interface. It was actually originally built by Code for America in San Mateo County in California. We have several other examples of websites that work with this content. Mobile apps. This is just one example. And it shows you a little map and a basic description. And then you can click on the record and actually see the information about when it's open, what specific contacts are, and so on and so forth. So I'll just say briefly, and then I'll hand the mic to my great teammates here. This seems to fit with the agenda of the new government in Madrid, who is looking for new ways to serve Madrid residents. And there are many questions that have to be answered about how we can effectively allocate resources to meet people's needs. And ideally, the information about what we're doing, what's available, is open, is usable in many different ways as a means not just of meeting people's immediate needs, but also understanding how we're doing and understanding how we might be able to change along the way. Does somebody want to speak about Madrid Cares? No. Anything else? Nothing. They're shy, but they've done a great job. Thanks. You can find more information at openreferral.org, and you can reach me at Gregish on Twitter, or open_referral on Twitter. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Greg, and all the really good team we have. I will talk about, just for a little, about the Madrid City of Care. In Madrid, now the City Council is developing a program to make the City of Madrid a city of care. And this project can be one of the parts of that program, maybe in the future. We are trying to do it. So the last project is a mapa de iniciativas. It's like a map of initiatives, of projects that are pushing for social change. And this is a project that wasn't born in Visualizar 16. It was already working. And Reyes Montiel, she's the leader of the project. And please, the team, you have to come here if you want to be on the streaming and the video. Please, Reyes, go ahead. Thank you very much. Last 5 minutes, and we go for the lunch. I guess Jan Noe will tell you something.
Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias. En estos 5 minutos, y bueno, somos los últimos, aprovechando que somos los últimos, os queremos dejar 4 ideas y lo que es el mapa. La primera idea es, ¿por qué un mapa? No tenía mucho, incluso fue una discusión que tuvimos al inicio del proyecto. ¿Es un mapa la mejor manera de representar o de pintar las apps de las ciudades? Al final, después de toda la discusión, decidimos que sí, que merecía la pena, sobre todo en un contexto de Smart Citizens, de aplicaciones de ciudad, de aplicaciones que tienen que ver con los servicios y la vida de los ciudadanos en las ciudades. Entonces, al final, nos decidimos por el mapa y creo que al fin tenemos que explicar un poquito qué es Apps for Citizens primero para entender lo que va a venir después. Apps for Citizens es una plataforma online que pretende ser un marco de encuentro entre los distintos agentes que ven en la tecnología posibilidades para el cambio social y para la implicación de los ciudadanos en los procesos democráticos y en los procesos políticos. Es una app que efectivamente no está en todas las apps del mundo. Si luego entráis en el mapa podéis ver que solamente están fundamentalmente en España y en América Latina, que es donde la plataforma más ha trabajado. Pero en esas apps han pasado el filtro o han sido valoradas por un equipo de expertos, que en estos momentos son 32, y que tienen que ver no solamente con el sector tecnológico o de desarrolladores, sino que tienen que ver pues con el urbanismo, tienen que ver con la arquitectura, son periodistas, que digamos que miran más desde el punto de vista de contenidos de las apps que digamos el desarrollo tecnológico. Entonces, efectivamente, al final nos decidimos por el mapa porque nos permitía, voy a quitar esto porque me voy a caer, que nos permitía vincular las temáticas. Apps for Citizen ya tiene una web donde estas apps se pueden filtrar por sistema operativo, se pueden filtrar por temáticas, se puede filtrar por país. E incluso ha sido uno de los resultados del trabajo de estos 9 días, ya se pueden filtrar por ciudad, pero queríamos encontrar otra manera de visualizar ese trabajo ciudadano, porque en definitiva son ciudadanos que se empoderan y deciden utilizar las herramientas tecnológicas para provocar cambios sociales o para tener compromiso político para mejorar procesos. Entonces, este es el mapa. No, dejadlo ya. Este es el mapa que hemos hecho Para ello hemos contado con la inestimable ayuda del equipo de Quadrigram. Quadrigram fue una herramienta que Ignasi, alcalde, nos sugirió porque nosotros tampoco somos expertos en visualizar. O sea, quiero decir, han sido 9 días muy intensos que nos han permitido no solamente hacer el mapa, sino aprender cómo se hace el mapa. Y si uno va navegando por los países que están pintados, que son los países donde tenemos apps, y pincha, es que no baja. ¿No puedo bajar? Aquí, mejor. Nos sale qué apps hay en Estados Unidos, en qué temáticas, le hemos llamado categorías a los temas, pueden ser pues, sobre seguridad ciudadana, sobre smart citizens, sobre medio ambiente y sostenibilidad, sobre salud y calidad de vida, sobre activismo político y social, y aquí las aplicaciones que tenemos valoradas, ¿no? Y si uno sigue yendo para abajo, se encuentra cuál es esa app y puede visitar el proyecto. Cruzad los dedos, efectivamente, funciona. Y aquí tiene toda la información sobre la app, sobre cómo funciona, sobre quién la ha desarrollado y sobre para qué sirve. En realidad nosotros estamos pensando en un usuario final que son activistas, ciudadanos activistas, preocupados por el cambio social y que quieren encontrar maneras tecnológicas de intervenir en los procesos de las ciudades y en los procesos democráticos, organizaciones que estén buscando cómo mejorar el engagement con sus comunidades y ampliar un poco el espectro de su actuación a través de la tecnología, periodistas, investigadores y, en definitiva, lo que hay que tener en cuenta es que es un mapa en construcción. Nosotros seguimos valorando apps y seguimos subiendo apps y es un mapa colaborativo en el que esperamos también vuestras sugerencias. Muchísimas gracias. Bueno, perdón, lo último ya. Primero, agradecer a Media Lab la oportunidad de presentar el proyecto. Segundo, agradecer a un equipo inasequible al desaliento que ha estado 9 días superando una barrera detrás de otra, no sé, como unos campeones. También agradecer a Yuri y a Ignasi que nos han mentorizado muy bien y sobre todo a Carlos de Quadrigram que ha estado ahí con nosotros con un campeón. Ya no solamente sabemos de mapas, sino que sabemos de Quadrigram. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Just a minute is because we have mentioned Yuri Engelhardt, Ignacio Alcalde, but there have been also other people during Visualizar 16. CC Way from ProPublica was at the beginning. Oscar Corcho, Daniel Vila Nandana and Maria Poveda, they have been working from the Ontology Engineering Group from the Polytechnic University of Madrid, and well, all the people that have been participating along these 9 days. Thank you very much. And please, Noe.
Great. Can we get a big round of applause for all the teams? All right, it's given me a lot of ideas to take back to my home city in Montreal, that's for sure. I can hear the stomachs kind of growling a little bit. We were talking a lot about resilience, okay? And the goal is not to test, your appetite. So let's take a break, okay? It's going to be a shorter lunch break than we planned because, we want to make sure that we have enough time in the ideation workshops in the afternoon, okay? So we're going to reconvene at 2:40. Okay, 2:40 here. Please, please, please. Okay, it's very, very important so that we can continue and then small groups and then each of the moderators should be here at 2:40 also. Thank you very much.